everybody. Welcome back to True Crime Metrics. It's been another day. Another day without Granny. Where is she? What is she doing? How many gloves does she have in that house? How many gloves are they going to have to find before they find Granny? Was the killer motivated by gloves? Has there been a ransom note stating how many gloves that he would like for the safe return of Nancy Glove Guthrie? I've taken to calling the brother Gunther. I just think there's something really cool about a guy's name being Gunther Guthrie. Anyway, we're going to be sifting through some recycled media. Now, there actually has been some pretty good... I just actually saw a guest that was worthwhile on Surviving the Survivor. There's only one problem. He's about 110. I'm not exactly sure he knows where he is. Where am I? What, Grandma? Who took my false teeth? Anyway, we're going to be listening to him. He was pretty good. He had some good. And another thing I heard. What was that thing I heard? Shit. Well, it was definitely about the case. I don't know what it was. It'll come back to me. Of course, there's been this... oh, look at that. Who's that? Hugo Reyes. The whole nation is looking for Hugo Reyes. What have you done? Bring the gloves home. So, yeah, where is that STS video? Also, just in, we've completed our prototype for Big Stan's roof treatment roof stencils. Where's that? Big Stan. Call now. You want your roof looking like this? Call Stan. I am actually going to make a... Everybody's looking for Nancy. I want to find the guy who did the roof. Look at that. It's a work of art. I want to contact Stan, find him, and promote him on my radio program. So... So I was watching that over there. Welcome everybody in the chat. Welcome. What does everybody think of this new hour? The Metrics Dinner Hour. YouTube. Fuck. Give me a second here. Well, which one was it, for fuck's sake? How many videos do you want to put out about this thing? Isn't this crazy? Is anyone else getting a bit fucking bored of this? I just want to move on. History. That's what we need to do. This is the guy. Pretty good. I was impressed. I hope Joel won't mind if we use this video. No ill intent.
Authorities are calling the man in that Nest Cam video a suspect now for the very first time. They have hiked the reward from $50,000 to $100,000.
Well, what else would he be? That's the update. What? The grandmother went missing. A masked man was filmed breaking into her house. 2 days later, the FBI are classifying him as a suspect. But in what? A suspect to what?
Also, there's talk of new gloves, new vehicles that authorities are looking at, and new
Yeah, they found another pair of gloves in a drawer full of old gloves, and they've sent them away for tests.
Footage requests from authorities, from neighbors, and now investigators are following new potential leads that suggest this case may be broader, older, and more deliberate than first believed. Tonight, we're breaking it all down with a famous profiler from the FBI.
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
What's up, STS Nation? Welcome to Surviving the Survivor. Don't call it a show. Don't call it a podcast. This is a global phenomenon.
He is a famous profiler from the FBI. It's just one problem. The last case he worked on was the Kennedy assassination.
With more than 50 countries represented in the best community in all the YouTubes, bringing you the very best guests in all of true crime. Hard to believe. Day 12 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. The investigation appears to be expanding, not narrowing, the timeline widening, not tightening, federal resources digging deeper.
All this terminology that's getting thrown about, right? The investigation is widening, not tightening. What was the second one? We went tight and then we went wide.
50 countries represented in the best community in all the YouTubes, bringing you the very best guests in all of true crime. Hard to believe. Day 12 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. The investigation appears to be expanding, not narrowing, the timeline widening, not tightening, federal resources digging deeper, not...
I still can't even repeat that. What's widening, tightening, narrowing? What the fuck?
Pulling back. And tonight, you're about to hear from a veteran FBI agent and profiler. Without further ado, you guys are in for a treat. Let me bring him in. Before I do, he will be here for the first half hour of the show, and then we've got a panel of three amazing guests. They're going to piggyback him and Steve Cohen. If you're listening, you can ask those guests to maybe pop in a touch early so they can listen to Greg McCrary, and we can get their feedback as well. Here he is, Greg McCrary. He entered the FBI back in 1960.
He entered the FBI during the Johnson administration.
He has long been associated with the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crimes since its inception in 1985. He's the co-author of The Unknown Darkness, a contributing author to the FBI's Crime Classification Manual.
Who's the other co-author? Annie Guthrie, with all the dark, the good dark. What about that poem we read last night? Very disturbing.
If you read that again, that means he helped write the FBI's Crime Classification Manual. He's worked closely with Dr. Ann Burgess, and he's chased serial killers around the world, and he's being gracious with his time. Greg, how are you?
I'm well. Thank you, Joel.
Yeah, I appreciate you being...
I'm well. My doctor tells me that that I might have another 8 months to live
here, and I really wanted you solo so we could kind of hone in on this. Obviously, this is still very much in your blood. This is part of who you are, the fabric of who you are. From a 30,000 foot.
It is in his blood. We got that from his latest dialysis.
Bird's eye view. I mean, this case is massive. It's gripped the attention of the nation. Your perspective on it.
It's pretty good how they've got his life support machines off camera, though.
From a macro look.
Right. The big look, I think this certainly has every indicia of a victim-targeted crime. And once we classify it that way, then we can begin to break it out and figure out how you go about investigating. So we think of it into two kind of general camps for investigation. One's the pre-abduction, then the post-abduction. We kind of have an idea what happened during the abduction. We have...
You see, I love this. The investigation separates into two camps. A character profile pre-abduction and a character profile post-abduction. And they really have to go into what that means, and he'll tell you about it.
Have the video and some stills and so forth. But investigatively, they're going to look at both of these areas. So we begin to see the pre-abduction interest taking off here, looking for cameras and data for days before, which they should be doing. And in other words, this is a victim-targeted crime. The offender will have pre-targeted, pre-selected the victim, likely we call it sort of probing the boundaries. And it may be physical, maybe driving by, getting a look at the house, doing recon that way. The other thing they'll be looking at is, as far as boundary probing, would be any unsolicited emails or anything.
Boundary probing. I don't think that term should be used in a case involving the abduction of a woman. Joel started going on about sexual assaults. I mean, he was asking his guests whether somebody kidnapped Nancy Guthrie and is now S.A.ing her. And is that a question that we need to bring up at this stage?
Like that, any attempt to contact the victim and or her daughter, the Savannah, the celebrity, which could be an issue as far as the elevation.
Another good thing, that's what I wanted to say earlier. Somebody said that if you've got $50 million like Savannah Guthrie, are you going to be pissing around waiting for the Pena County Sheriff's Department to fire Sheriff Nanos and get some work done? No, you're going to be putting together a team of the best private investigators. Yeah, I mean, imagine what you could do with that. You're going to fuck around waiting for the Sheriff Nanos to get back from the basketball game? No.
Of her risk for becoming the victim of a violent crime. We can't say for sure. But anyway, they'll be looking at the pre-abduction and see if we
can put it up to 90%, sure, can't we? Just imagine if she was returned in one piece, alive. I mean, incredible.
can figure out what's going on there, any approach behavior. And then the more for your viewers out there is the post-abduction behavior, because anybody in that Tucson area, and I do think the guy's going to end up being from that general area. But regardless, anybody that knows this guy or has a suspicion about him, the post-abduction behavior, one, he will have just departed from his normal routine behavior almost completely. Once the abduction has taken place, this has totally consumed him. He's got a victim to deal with. He's concerned about developments. He's watching the media, wanting to know how he's doing. Is he in trouble or not? So his normal routine has been severely disrupted. But if people do run into him that know him, he will be very rigid, over-controlled, nervous, doesn't have time for talking. The other thing to keep in mind, too, with that is that he may have done some pre-planning, knowing that he's going to be preoccupied immediately after the abduction, and may have told friends, oh, I'm taking a vacation for a few days, I'll be gone, or I'm seeing taking care of my sick aunt up in Des Moines, or, some excuse like that. So,
Des Moines? Why would it be Des Moines? Yeah, Aunt Gladys is sick up in Des Moines. It's a long way to Iowa.
Anybody that's, for example, might say, hey, I think that guy looks like this guy I know, but no, he's visiting his aunt in Des Moines, or he wasn't even in town when this happened. They need to get over that. And
I want him to throw in at least one other city so that we know it's random. Chicago or Des Moines.
And call that lead in if they have it. So those are the two sort of areas of investigation: the pre-offense and then the post-abduction.
Wow. I told you guys you're going to be in for a treat with Greg McCrary, and I'm not. It wasn't false advertising on my part. So I've got a bunch of follow-up questions.
Sure.
In terms of a targeted attack, who was a target here? Because Savannah Guthrie is obviously the super high profile host of the Today Show. Was it her or the mother, do you think? And let me couple that, because we've had differing opinions. Do you think this is a legit kidnapping or abduction here?
Well, all of that's in play. Now, let's talk about targeting. Certainly, Nancy was targeted, but could the real target be Savannah? And that's what I mentioned a moment ago about looking at emails.
Another great point. I mean, not that that's a new idea, but I just don't get why people are still saying, "Is this a burglary gone wrong? Is this a special kind of abduction for ransom, kidnapping for ransom, where they don't tell us where she is or how much money they want? Or if she's alive? Yeah. This is a special ransom where they keep them for a month and then let us know so that we know that they mean business." Fuck off. Savannah is gotta be the target. That's what makes this case different, right? That's the key thing. Savannah's the target. Why is she being targeted? And by who? He's going to tell us how.
Contacts, a Facebook post, anything that would go to Savannah as well as Nancy. So, we have to consider all of that. The whole celebrity thing is a risk-enhancing variable. In other words, we do victimology. What elevates an individual's risk for becoming a victim of violence? And we look at lifestyle, situational variables.
What elevates a victim's risk? What was it? What elevates?
As well as Nancy. So, we have to consider all of that. The whole celebrity thing is a risk-enhancing variable. In other words, we do victimology. What elevates an individual's risk for becoming a victim of violence? And we look at lifestyle, situational variables, and we put them on a scale from low to moderate to high. And in this case, and then you look for those variables. And to me, the only thing that really elevated Nancy Guthrie's potential for becoming the victim is the celebrity factor, that she's not involved in criminal activity. She's not living in a high crime area. Any of those lifestyle or situational variables seem to be very low. So that celebrity issue is in play, and which again, and I agree, you have to look at both. Is as far as the targeting, clearly Nancy was taken, but was it to get even for some perceived wrong that they're mad at Savannah? And for example, I mean, what they'd be looking for was, did she have some fan that went bad on her and began threatening her or saying bad things about her or something like that may retaliate by doing something like this? So all of that is in play investigatively.
Yeah, Greg, let me take it.
You didn't return my letters. I sent you I even knitted you a special scarf and asked you to wear it on the Today Show, and you didn't. I'm kidnapping your mother.
Half step back. There was a troubling tweet today from Brian Enton, who is a boots on the ground reporter, a friend of ours, and really all over this. He spoke to some law enforcement on the ground, and he tweeted out that investigators currently working this case don't know who the lead investigative entity is on this. They don't even know who to go to, they're saying. If this is in fact true, and I've heard this from other people, how troubling is it? Because you've got Pima County, the feds came in, and the actual people on the ground doing this work don't seem to know who's in charge.
That's a problem. That for sure is a problem. I mean, that should be determined right off the go, before the investigation begins, or just as it lifts off. There should be a clear delineation of authority, who's in charge of what. You can break it down. Some people are going to handle one phase, somebody else another. Quite often you pair up, in cases like this, an agent with a local or county sheriff or local police or whatever. You work hand in hand. You cover the same leads. Each agency brings a different resource, but hopefully if that's still the case, that's that's a problem. That would be a hindrance for sure.
Yeah, I mean the issue they're saying on day 12. Now, in terms of precedent to this case, I was thinking myself. We talked aloud about it yesterday. You've got OJ in the Bronco chase. You got the DC sniper. Recently, you've got Brian Koberger.
Yeah.
But this, Greg, that the news cycle is a nanosecond now. There's no attention, and this is day 12 of unbelievable scrutiny. Where do you rank this in recent cases? Why this level of attention for this particular case?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think it may have as much to do with the celebrity factor as as anything else. I mean, if an anonymous 80-year-old or 83-year-old woman is abducted or murdered or something, I mean, it's going to get some local news, but probably not this sort of national news. But I think the fact that people were aware that Savannah's a big celebrity, she had her mother on, people are familiar with that. I think that's one of the things that will light a case up.
Yeah. So let me just take, again, a half step back here. There's a lot going on once again tonight, everyone. We're going to break it down together. And Greg has to go at 7:30, which is about 18 minutes away. And then 3 other guests are coming in. And I hope they'll be listening a little bit to Greg as you're going to learn from him. But it's fascinating to me that, number one, you think he's local to Tucson. Other people have said that. But just the way you talked about, he's not going to have time to talk. He's going to be very rigid. So anyone who's watching in the Tucson area, and we have quite a few people, if you see someone who's off, I mean, sticking to that point, Greg, give us a little more texture. Someone who is taking part in this crime, and also, do you think there's more than one person? So if there's a person or persons, give us a little more texture about how they would be acting right now.
Yeah, it would be, I would say, unlikely to be more than 2. You can't rule out that possibility, certainly, that there may be more than one person, but it'd be highly unlikely.
Why is that? Why not more than 2?
Because you can't get that many people to think this is a good idea. It's just difficult to get people to buy into this. So you might get a couple of people, and generally in that case, you've got a dominant offender.
Does anyone else think this TMZ guy is really weird? I mean, could it have been him in the mask? I mean, it's like, what is up with this guy? Why is he involved so much?
Couple of new things. There is a new video on Ring's Neighbors app, which is really interesting to authorities.
Did that T-shirt fit you when you bought it, or have you been at the gym every day this week? What do you bench, like 275?
In this investigation. We spoke with a high-up official in this investigation who said they are, and this is a quote, absolutely looking at this video. It shows a man skulking around the front.
He's just getting into his own house. He's dismantling the Christmas lights. It's February already.
The front porch of a house. 8 days before the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. It is 6.5 miles away from Nancy's home. Interestingly...
Yeah, but you'll notice no rose bush. Okay. What is he doing?
This man, we blurred his face, but he has a...
Yeah, we blurred his face so that you don't know if he's wearing a mask or not.
He has a goatee and a mustache. And if you look...
See? Facial hair, dark eyes, prominent eyebrows. It could be him.
Look at the video on Nancy Guthrie's porch. The man seen there appears to have the same. So...
That'd be a great movie, wouldn't it? The news guy is the kidnapper, but no one suspects him because he's the one reporting on the mystery. That would be awesome. What a twist that'd be at the end. How do we develop that into a real screenplay? That's great. You get that? There's a kidnapping. The story is kidnapping, 84-year-old grandmother of the nation is kidnapped. Nobody knows what's going on. A video is released. We see eyebrows, we see facial hair, but no one thinks of the news anchor because he's like so into the reporting of the case and asking questions to experts, but it turns out it was actually him. What would you call the movie? That requires some thought. I don't know. News at 10. Kidnapping at 2.
Again, we don't know if the two are connected, but the authorities are, as was put to us, absolutely looking at this video. Couple of other things. One is, we have been told by multiple sources connected to this investigation that they have been frustrated over not being able to identify a vehicle tied to the person at Nancy Guthrie's front porch. They have looked everywhere, and it's one of the reasons they are putting out this APB, if you will, asking people in that area if they've seen anything over the month before Nancy was kidnapped. But the vehicle is going to be key, and the wider net they cast, the more likely it is that they're going to get a lead. So it's something that they really want. Now, finally, I want to talk about these ransom notes. We have received one. There are 2 of them, and it is now going on 2 weeks since Nancy's kidnapping. The note we received demands $6 million. And I can tell you, we check this Bitcoin account regularly, and the money is not there. $6 million, not there. And it's been 2 weeks.
Yeah, I check it every time I lift. Every time I go to the gym, I check the Bitcoin. So it's regularly.
Savannah had said they were going to present the money through the Bitcoin account. It has not yet happened. I will tell you this. I know, and when I say I know, I am positive that authorities, including the FBI, are vital.
Oh, what is he going to say? Are investigating the case. That's the worthiness of the announcement media that's coming out at the moment. I know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the FBI are looking into things.
Interested in that ransom note. I know this to be true, and I can't say the specifics.
Hang on 1 second. What did he say?
Savannah had said they were going to present the money through the Bitcoin account. It has not yet happened. I will tell you this. I know, and when I say I know, I am positive that.
Can you tell it to us without flexing? We get it. Strong man. Okay.
Authorities, including the FBI, are vitally interested in that ransom note. I know this to be true.
Authorities, including the FBI, are violently interested. Is that what he said? Violently interested in that ransom note. I gotta hear that one more time. Is that what he said? What a weird thing to say.
I will tell you this. I know, and when I say I know, I am positive that authorities, including the FBI, are vitally interested in that ransom.
What is the word? It's not violently. Vitally?
When I say I know, I am positive that authorities, including the FBI, are vitally interested in that.
I do not know what he just said. What is that word? Somebody please tell me. Look at that guy with the hoodie. That's what you wear at the office? Oh, it's so casual. It's like working at Google. Where's my latte?
that ransom note. I know this to be true.
Oh, he's only about 18, isn't he? Look at him. I mean, but what is the word? Vilely? Violently? Vitally? It doesn't sound like any word that I know. Did anyone get it? It's vitally, so he's just dropping the T. Vitally. Vilely. Okay, good. One more time though, because it's not well pronounced. Maybe it's his accent.
Not there. And it's been 2 weeks. Savannah had said they were going to present the money through the Bitcoin account. It has not yet happened. I will tell you this. I know, and when I say I know, I am positive that authorities, including the FBI, are vitally interested in that ransom note. I know this to be true. And I can't say the specifics because I promised I wouldn't, but I can tell you they are absolutely still vitally interested in this ransom note. So it doesn't seem like they've been able to connect the dots.
He said it twice.
And again, we have received 2 emails from somebody who says he knows who the kidnapper is, but he wants a Bitcoin because he says he needs the money because he's going to have to lay low for a while and because he fears retaliation. And he said he also just doesn't want to be called a rat. So that money has not been deposited either. That's $67,000, which is the value of.
Did that guy think that it was going to work? Yeah, you give me $67,000 and I'll tell you a lead. But I don't want to be called a rat by the nation. So, 1 Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin right now, but that money hasn't been deposited either.
But would that really be illegal, though? Because if it's not, you might as well give it a go. Even if it's not good odds, you might get $67,000 for a tip. And I think Joel was saying that, now it's $100,000. I mean, it definitely is. He wasn't saying that, but he was just saying that, well, you could just call in and get more money. If you need to set up.
Either. I cannot tell you that that person actually knows who the kidnapper is because we don't know who that person is. And my understanding, and I have a pretty good understanding, the authorities don't know either. But I will tell you, they are still really interested in that ransom note.
I think the best cinematic Pablo Escobar was featured in the movie Blow, which was shit, but the bit with Pablo Escobar was good. Where's that video of the... I can't watch the Brian Enton guy. I mean... Well, let's go to Fox. Everybody loves Fox. Uh-oh. You want to hear a dog throw up? What is happening, Soap? Okay. Well, have a drink. Fresh water. Again.
I think we go straight into this top story because this is what so many people are following locally, but all around the country, even the world now, because it is making national news. It is the Nancy Guthrie search. It is continuing. And TMZ just a little bit ago posted some new video.
Right.
Now, this is not.
Yeah, so does everybody know that this sketch in the corner here, Hugo Reyes, was just made by somebody who, I think they used to be a police sketch artist, and now, I don't know, I think they were fired because they just always drew the same kind of generic Hispanic male. I mean, that's why we're calling him Hugo Reyes. Say hello to Hugo, everybody. Buenas noches.
Video. I think it's important to point out this is not video from Nancy's front door. It is surveillance video from a doorbell camera from about 6.5 miles away from Nancy's home. But this is weird. It is a guy. He backs up to the front door. He clearly does not want to be seen on the camera. Now there is one little shot that you're going to see. Yeah. Now he winds up getting chased away. We should go ahead and bring in TMZ.
Absolutely.
Brandon Cork joins us with some more details. I saw this video and immediately I thought, oh, is this Nancy's house? Not Nancy's house, but it's not too far away. And they're having people go.
Does anyone else think that this is absolutely ridiculous, the amount of attention this thing is getting? I heard the statistics on how many people get kidnapped in the States, like every day. And it's a lot. I mean, it's way too much. Buy a gun, protect your home.
Through their cameras over the last month and just look for anything like this dude right here, right?
Right. The FBI is asking anyone and everybody in the area to be looking at their cameras, whether that be their Ring doorbell camera, the Nest camera from January 1st to January or all the way to February 1st, the early morning hours, obviously, when Nancy Guthrie was taken. This new specific video that's come out, obviously, you see the face and the head blurred in the video, but this is 6.5 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. And this.
I mean, TMZ in general are getting some really good publicity out of this, aren't they? I mean, their exposure is huge, even more than usual. And they've also got this kind of, we're an arm of the investigation, nobility. You know, they're a benevolent force within this. Very strange.
Specific video was posted on the Ring Neighbors app on January 23rd. So that's about 7 days before Nancy Guthrie was taken in the early morning of February 1st. And we talked to a high-ranking.
I thought they were boxing gloves, a cappella, that had been like vacuum sucked to pull all of that air out. I mean, because they look really baggy. People were saying electrician gloves. People were saying that those certain types of gloves are used by mechanics. And also, mechanics, when they're looking in the engine in a really tight spot, will put a small torch in their mouth. So, we might be looking for a Mexican mechanic. If you can find one. But I actually thought the same thing could be true about beekeepers, right? Which would be easier to find, maybe. There'd be less to go through, right? But a beekeeper would need to wear special gloves so that he doesn't get stung when he's taking the honey, yeah? And what was the other thing? The torch in the mouth is a common beekeeping tactic as well, so that they can see into the hive and not squash the Queen. And also that balaclava, that certain weave of the wool and the sort of puffiness of it, it kind of looked like a beehive, right? So are the FBI looking into that? Follow the bees. Wow, that'd be great. Could we put that in the movie as well? We find out that the newsreader who really did the murder is also a hobbyist beekeeper. You know, he's got all the gear, but he just does it at home. And then the FBI hear about that, and they find him by following the bees with AI. Oh, fuck. I want to watch this right now. I think I could walk into a pitch meeting and get $10 million for the pilot.
Official in the FBI, and they tell us that this is absolutely being looked at right now. We know that the person that was inside of the home said that this man came up to the home, rang the doorbell, obviously saw the camera. Unclear if that's what he was doing when he saw the camera.
I don't have a Ring doorbell, unfortunately. But if I did, I would be making a video where I'm poking it with a rose bush, wearing a balaclava to compare. Can we all do that? If you've got a Ring doorbell, let's try and get that as like the ice bucket challenge, right? You do it and you have to vote a friend, 2 friends, to do the same. We can make that go viral. The whole world will be putting on balaclavas, going to their own front door, recording themselves on their doorbell cameras, poking it with a rose bush. Imagine if that happened. How do we make that happen? Is it in bad taste? I don't really care, to be honest. I mean, this whole thing.
But then backed away immediately upon being seen, and then he fled the scene with the dogs barking and everything. Again, a week before, they're looking at everything. You really can't put it past them right now.
So here's my question for you, Branson. Why is his face blurred? This guy's clearly up to no good.
Kosher style, could you break that down? This is a distraction. We need to be looking the other way. So do you mean that it was an orchestrated distraction for the purposes of being a distraction, or that it happened independently of a need for a distraction, and it was the perfect thing to take advantage of at the time? The second one is believable. The first one, not so much.
He does look like he has dark hair and a dark goatee, which is kind of what they said they were looking for. But why did they put this video out with his face blurred?
Well, you have to be very careful, obviously, with identification purposes, because if someone is not involved in the case whatsoever, it could be a conflict of interest. It could be very dangerous for that person. We know that the last video that we got sent to us yesterday, the second video of this other man going up to the gate, this was just, I believe, 20 minutes before Nancy Guthrie was believed.
I mean, he doesn't appear to be attempting to dismantle the camera there. I mean, maybe there's a doorbell right next to the camera. I mean, it's called a doorbell camera, so
to be taken on the timeline. This other video.
It's probably pretty common to see people kind of poking at the camera, just not with a rose bush, right? That's the key difference.
So, not far from her as well. They also blurred it because this person could be cleared at some point. Right now, we're told by FBI that person as well is still being looked at. That video is still in play, as well as this one. And of course, the other person who was detained for several hours and then released after questioning the delivery driver recently, which they had a lead on apparently. They have to be very careful with identification purposes.
I think I understand that if like the other guy was I think he was throwing trash away or something like that. Like that one makes sense. For me, this guy's clearly up to no good. So,
Right.
just curious in that case. As far as what happened yesterday, when we were on the post, we saw that huge white tarp go up in front of the family, the tent right here that you see. And then it later came down. What did we learn about that? What was going on? During that time?
Right. So they put up this tent above the porch area for a temporary time during the day. It is believed that they were doing some testing, forensic testing, under that tent. I can't say everything they were doing under there because we don't have that information right now, but it's believed that they were testing. It is believed that
What was
These agents walking through the desert, I mean, they're just on a hike. They probably just do that for the cameras. Okay, you go into the bush there, and act like you're looking for something. Okay, just look on the ground, scan everything. Okay, and we'll shoot away from the road so it looks like we're far away.
What was going on during that time?
Right. So they put up this tent above the porch area for a temporary time during the day. It is believed that they were doing some testing, forensic testing, under that tent. I can't say everything they were doing under there because we don't have that information right now, but it's believed that they were testing the blood that was on that porch area in the front. As we know, they found blood on the inside of the home and on the outside of the home. And there is footage of that blood on the front of the home. And it was confirmed that it was that it belonged to Nancy. I don't know exactly why they were looking at that area again, but when it comes to forensic testing, they have to create that environment, and that's why that tent came up and then came up shortly after that. But they are also looking at that glove that is shortly down the road, the black latex glove that is still pending DNA testing right now as well.
And speaking of that, can you speak at all to these alleged conflicts that are going on with the glove between the Sheriff's Department and the FBI, that there's allegedly some kind of disagreement happening between them?
Right. So the disagreement that we know about in terms of details is that the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff District are completely clashing right now over how this testing of DNA is being handled. We know the FBI wants to send it to their offices for testing, and the Pima County Sheriff District wanted to send it off to Florida for testing. So there's a clash among the investigation in terms of how each department feels this should be handled. We were talking about it this morning.
Yeah, we'll play the Sheriff Nano's interview. He gave an interview with Fox.
Sheriff, I just want to first, I mean, we can start with that if you want. I wasn't going to, but we can. What do you want to say to, how do you respond to this report that says that you are not working with the FBI and holding back evidence?
Yeah. I've said from the beginning, and actually, even at our last press conference, the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department are connected at the hip. That has not changed. Decisions are made sometimes with a good discussion about why things need to go one way or the other. In this instance, it really was about, and it's not just this. We're going to use a judge for a search warrant. Do we do a federal judge or do we do a state judge? We have a discussion. What's the best way to do that? And the decisions are made. They're really not my decision.
And each agency says, I want to go with my guys. Feds are like, no, definitely federal. Federal's better. We're feds. And states like, no. We're doing state.
Decisions, there are our team's decisions. They get together and they talk about what they think is best. In this case of blocking evidence from the FBI, that's just so far from the truth. What happens is,
maybe that's what's going on, huh? The move towards one centralized totalitarian government. Get your Second Amendment at the ready. We don't think states should have independent powers anymore. They fight too much. And the FBI won because they got the gloves. So federal wins and there's no more state law. Okay? It's all coming from one place.
We processed our crime scene, took all of our evidence. That morning, it wasn't days later that we contacted that morning, we contacted the FBI. We said, hey, we've got some digital analysis that you guys could really help with. They said, Sheriff, whatever you want. We gave that to them. The rest of the evidence we sent to our lab. This is a lab we've been using for 30, 40 years now. They may be in Florida, I don't know. Maybe they were in Phoenix at the time we got them. I don't know that. But this lab is, again, so many corporate companies have come to us and said, Sheriff, tell us what you need, pro bono. They're not charging us anything. So the $200,000, I've not a clue. But what I would tell you.
Fucking A, right? I mean, why would you? Why would you give a shit about 200 grand if you can be the private company that tests the gloves and finds a match? I mean, that would be enormous for their shareholdings, right? I mean, yeah, we'll do pro bono. Send us the gloves.
Is this. The FBI and us sit down at tables and we discuss things. Hey, I've got this mission up in Rio Rico. We've got a search warrant. Who should we do? State, we've got a SWAT team. You want our SWAT team, their SWAT team. There's no egos there.
But it's not fair that the private company DNA test, whatever, is going to get so much out of this. Whereas poor old Big Stan, who we need to find, gets nothing, right? Because he didn't have a stencil. Just imagine how that could be sold. Big Stan's roof treatment corner. You could do a really nice one with a logo and a QR code, and it would be a stamp of approval. Certified by Big Stan. Genius. And we wouldn't have got it had we not seen this case and seen that roof. Think about how many drones fly around Catalina foothills. And if there's ever a high-profile murder, news choppers. $50 on a $4 can of spray paint every time you do a roof that you probably charge $3,500 for. Genius. Got to find him. I think it can be done.
We sit and discuss what's the best option. The DNA, if you had, God forbid, something happen in your home, we're going to go and process it. We're going to take markers and get profiles on what we believe could have DNA. But we're also going to take buccal swabs of you and your family and your friends that have been there to eliminate, right? So in this case, all of that evidence, day one, went to our lab. We now come back 10 days further, there's gloves found. So FBI says, okay, so should we send them to the FBI lab? I said, no, let's send it all to our.
I saw another guest who was on STS going, he was telling us about the tactics that from his experience, from his 85 years experience for investigating homicides, he was saying, something we used to do, and this is because I'm old, but we used to get an easel and then get a big piece of paper and we'd write down like thoughts about the case. And sometimes what we would do, this is an old tactic, we would decide on a place and a certain time of day, and we'd all travel there to meet at that time. and talk about it. And we'd call that having, we used to call it a meeting. I mean, that's the value of the reporting that we're getting from this, right? Why?
Our lab, because why would you want to have evidence over here and all the mark?
I think that'll be our next episode, unless they find the body, or part of it at least. Check the mailbox for her head. It's just the right size. Plus, imagine at the funeral hall, the savings. Because you know how much those coffins cost, right? For a full-size person. And they say, listen, as you've only got the head, we can do a deal. We've got these coffins for babies. God, what am I saying? But and the family are like, can we just use the mailbox? I mean, you know, it's symbolic. She loved her home. She loved getting things in the mail. Going to the mailbox for her was like a day out at 84. So we were thinking no on the baby coffin, and we'll just bury her head in the mailbox. It's pretty dark, isn't it? Yeah.
If you will, for elimination over here.
Maybe Annie Guthrie could write a poem about that. That'll be her next book of dark poetry. The mailbox and my mother's head.
It's just adding a step to it. Let's just keep it all in one place. Our lab does good work. Their lab does good work. They both are capable. Let's just, to eliminate that, okay, this lab has, oh, we've got a marker. Can you send us your eliminations? Or vice versa. Can you send us yours and we'll eliminate for you? It doesn't make sense. It's just we talked to the FBI, they said, yep, makes sense, thanks, Sheriff. And we move on to the next problem.
So you're basically saying this is maybe one person that had a problem with it, but you feel like...
You know, you got 400 officers out there working together. They're not always going to see eye to eye. Some of them are going to think, and they may be right, but somewhere at a certain level, those discussions are had, and we weigh it out, and we go. We keep going.
Yeah. Are you not sure?
This guy, right? I mean, get rid of this guy. People are saying he's an egomaniac and that his ego would not allow him to hand over something to this. This is people that have worked with him, right? And I believe that. His whole thing here is like a kid trying to get out of trouble, trying to excuse away allegations, right? It's very fucking young. Yeah, I don't think he's a nice guy. I don't think he's a pleasant guy. I don't think he's a smart guy. Oh, that's what they said. His ego would not allow him to not be the only one in the limelight or let anyone else into his limelight, right? And what better case? And it's probably, he knows that this is the biggest thing that he'll ever do in his career. He's probably not far from retirement or just being fired, which he should be. He definitely should be. Yeah, I don't like him. I don't like anything about him.
Are you sharing the results
Everything.
with FBI?
Absolutely, and they are with us.
Okay.
The videos.
Yeah. Who, me?
That came
Who,
from
me?
their...
Who, me? No, not me. It's them. And we're working together.
Middle to a company. They came back, they share it with us. People thought, oh, you had those videos forever. I think we had them for about 2 hours, and we submitted them to the media and said,
wow,
we need your help, because that has really given us quite a lot of leads and advantage on this. And we're hoping we've got some good leads today that we're working on that we hope pan out.
Who is currently leading this investigation?
We are. It is an effort. It is a team effort.
We who?
We, the sheriff and the FBI.
Okay.
We work step in step. John Edwards called me last night. Heath calls me every now and then. I call them. I was at their command post the other day when we were in Rio Rico. They've been at our command post. It is really, there's so much.
Hey, that's a great way to support the channel. buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics for all your coffee needs at the Metrics. And thank you, Sally, Mr. Pinto Peabody, for your late but well-received coffees yesterday. And Chauncey, Miss Myers, for those excellent PayPal, for that excellent PayPal support. That was wonderful.
Many leads. They generated 14,000 in the first 10 days. We generated.
And thanks again for the super chat. Miss Myers, everybody.
18,000. We need each other. And that's really, so there's no ego here as to who's leading it. Right now, it is a state case. We're handling it, but we can't do this by ourselves. We know that.
So
we need their help.
Lead agency is Sheriff's Department with assistance from FBI, or
Yes, that's how this started. We asked the FBI 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock that morning, when we got done processing the scene, we turned to the FBI and said, hey, we're working this case. This is what we need from you. They said, anything at all, Sheriff, whatever you need. And now it's grown that, well, yeah, like I say, you got 400 cops out there working this.
Did you reach out to the FBI?
Did I? No. No, my team works with them all the time.
Okay, so the Sheriff's Department reached out. I think that was part of the
Yes, I'm
report,
sorry.
that it
Yes.
said that, like, you guys didn't
Yes.
reach out and they reached out or something.
Yeah, I
Okay.
believe our team, after I got
Okay.
a brief, they said, yeah, FBI's going to help us with this. Well, great, and we'll do this, and we'll work. And once it got going, the FBI, Department of Public Safety in Phoenix, Tucson Police, our regional team, everybody said, Sheriff, what do you need?
Okay, I'm going to ask you about those gloves. You said how many gloves were found?
I can't give you the numbers.
We found a whole drawer of gloves. Some old lady gloves, driving gloves. We even found one of those falconer mitts. We could be looking for a falcon. Or somebody who houses falcons. And a beekeeper. Just anyone who looks after things that fly.
We found the first pair, I think, was a search team that went out, FBI, deputies, everybody, about 2 miles away. There's been some reporting that there was a glove in that is, no.
There's no glove in the house?
Never was found a glove in that house.
Okay, was there a glove found closer to the property?
2 miles away is the closest we have.
And that's one pair of gloves?
One pair of gloves, I believe.
Is there another pair of gloves?
There's a lot of gloves. We go out 5, 10 miles, and as you expand that search, and let me say this, that's a lead we got, and we went in with that lead. I don't want to tell somebody, well, don't call us if it's 2.5 miles. We have to go and gather it all, and now it's really growing, but that's part of investigation.
Thank you very much for those coffees that just came in to the person that sent them. Thank you.
Investigations like this. So you go and you get them, and then you prioritize. Well, this one's about 10 miles away.
Yeah.
Maybe we can hold off on that. Let's do the one that's 1 or 2 miles away. That kind of thinking. But that's all that is it's about all the leads come in, we develop evidence. Leads aren't just phone calls. Leads aren't just interviews. Leads can be from evidence, from things found, from searches, from search once served. All of those things develop.
Do you believe that any of those gloves could be the gloves we saw the person in the surveillance video wearing?
You know, that work is being done. I cannot, we would never eliminate it unless there was something that our labs would tell us, yeah, this isn't what you're doing.
Are you looking or interested in potentially a white truck?
You know, I've heard that. So again, I can't get into all those weeds. I know that we have gotten a lot of leads, information coming in about vehicles in the area that were concerning. We track every lead down. And so maybe I don't know who's got that, but somebody is working, probably a lead that came in on, hey, this white truck was seen in the area. So, that's not the only vehicle that we've been told about in the area that looks suspicious. All of those things are being assessed.
Are you close to finding this person?
We think we're getting there. We think we're getting closer.
Like what, a day, 2, 3?
Oh, my goodness.
We're day 13 now.
I know, but you know what? Some of these cases go for months. Some of these cases can go for years. We're prepared that whatever that time is, we're going to continue fighting it. We're going to get there. We will find this person. That we know.
So are you at that point where you think it could go on that long?
I don't rule out anything. It's like I say, these things come in highs and lows. We get a lead, we get really excited, we're way up here, and then something says, okay, that's not the right lead, and we go back down. Now we get another lead, and it's what keeps us motivated. You got all these cops out there that want...
Yeah, we love fucking up. It keeps us motivated. When you've got that extra drive not to embarrass yourself and your agency, it keeps us going. That's why we're working round the clock. We love fucking up. That's how we get it done. If we didn't fuck up, we'd be too lazy to do anything. We love it.
Want to find her, and they get excited. I wish you could have been with me in that comm room or that with the FBI and watching all those agents and detectives get all energized and charged up when they thought they had this could be it, and you see their faces and then when they realize maybe not. Look, they're tough guys, tough gals. They're going to get there.
What was it that allowed that court order? What was it that you potentially had on that person in Rio Rico that allowed the court order search?
There were several things there, and I can't get into that.
Have you totally written that person off?
You know, that's the thing is everybody wants to know have we eliminated anybody? You know, you don't eliminate people. What you do is you go and investigate that lead until a point in time where you realize that, okay, maybe there's an alibi. Maybe there's in this case, we believe he was a delivery man. He was in the area for a reason. Okay, but that doesn't mean we're ending. That doesn't mean he's completely eliminated. What if, and the search warrant, we're processing that evidence. What if that evidence...
They're not going to arrest the same guy again, are they? You're released, but we're watching. Give us your phone. We're taking your phone as well. We're taking everything on here for no reason. You have eyes. You have a mouth. And people have told us that you like honey and have been thinking about becoming a hobbyist beekeeper.
Comes back and says, Nancy's DNA was found in his home. Well, that would make you say, wait a minute, we got to go back, right? And that is not the case. Please don't.
I won't.
You see
But
what
it
I'm
does
saying?
sound, the man had, Carlos, is that correct? The man who spoke out?
I believe that's
Yeah.
him.
He had said that, is this me? No, that's you. He had said, this gentleman had said that he was a delivery driver and that perhaps he had driven in the area. So it sounds like that's maybe what it was, that he was delivering in the area.
That's part of it. There's a lot of things there that we looked at.
Okay.
So it's not just, oh, here's a delivery, here's somebody driving in the area. There's a lot more to that. And that built up for us enough probable cause in our eyes and the judges to say, I think we need...
Yeah, he loves honey. There's a lot more to it. They call him Sticky Mitts at the office.
Need a search warrant.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
And let me say something on him. You're naming him Carlos or whatever.
Yeah.
We do not name anybody that's an
Right,
investigative lead.
I
just
won't
don't
say
do
that you're naming him, but you're corroborating.
Apart from the guy that we just named. You're calling him Carlos or something like that. What was it? Not confirming. Everyone knows it's Carlos. Now we want to find Hugo. Where is he? Hugo Reyes.
That he's not just crazy going on the limb saying he's the guy. He's the guy.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. What other evidence? You said several pieces of evidence, gloves. What else has been found?
Oh, I'm not, again, I can't go in there. All I'm saying is we're getting some great leads based on a lot of...
We've got some great gloves. How many types of gloves could there be? Mechanics, electricians, beekeepers, falconers, baseball players, chefs, right? think we might have some more of those memes tomorrow.
Calls, a lot of
We want to focus on gloves now. We did masks.
people tipping, but also on that video we have, the picture you have.
Do you expect there'll be more surveillance video to come out?
I hope so. That's why you see a push. We're making another push today with Ring and all those people with their home cameras, because we're actually extending that, I think. I think we asked at first probably for...
Wow. And that only took you 13 days to do, huh? Hey. We've already checked all of the Nest doorbell cameras, right? I was thinking, what if we also checked the Ring doorbell cameras?
that time frame we knew that existed, and then we took it out further. We're asking further.
Right. Why January 11th? What were investigators asking about that day? in
You know, they
particular?
have a reason. I don't know that, but I know
Okay.
that they have a valid reason for that date.
When asked about surveillance camera, though, do you expect more surveillance video to come out from Nancy's home?
Boy, I hope so. We'll see. We've submitted it all,
You're working with the tech company
and
still.
yeah, we've asked them, and
Okay.
they're working as best they can.
Is there anything else you can tell us about this suspect? Because some of the things that's, we have the height and the, average sort of build, but those are pretty generic. Do we know hair color or race or anything like that?
You have the same video I have. That's all we have.
Do you believe that maybe this person purchased the backpack recently?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
I have no way of knowing that.
Okay. And I assume you guys have been in touch with Walmart to figure out?
There's all kinds of
What kind of question is that? Do you assume that this person purchased the backpack recently? Yeah, well, it did look quite new in the grainy night vision video, but we can't say for sure.
investigative efforts into all of that.
Okay. I'm going to just open it up, Andy, if you have a question.
We were talking about leads, you were talking about tips and leads. How many total, and is the number of quality leads increasing?
So we.
I'll ask you that. How many leads have you gotten since the video was released?
So I'm going to go back. I think 2 days ago we were up to 18,000 here, and the FBI was up to about, I think they said 14,000.
Since the video has been released, have you seen an increase in substantial
We saw
leads?
when that video was released, within a matter of hours, we went up about 4,500 more leads.
Do you believe someone out here in the Tucson area knows who that person is?
I do believe that. I do. We have told the community, somebody out there is, I think Savannah said, somebody out there knows this person. Somebody out there has information on this. We need that.
Do you believe that there were more than one people? Do you think it was multiple people there that night?
We have what we have in front of us.
Okay.
One last question.
Okay.
I have something from Michelle.
Yep, go for it.
How did you rule out, you can ask it, how did you rule out the man in the video who was trying to unlock a door,
Okay.
overnight video?
That's what,
I don't
think we know.
Yeah, I don't know that.
No one's ruled out or suspected. No one's ruled out. It could just mean, well, we have not made much progress. I think you should be ruling people out as quickly as possible, right? That's eliminating. No one's eliminated. No, it's good to eliminate. It means you're sure of what you're doing and you're getting closer to the real suspect, right? No one's eliminated. We never eliminate. Even when we arrest someone, we still think it might be someone else.
I just know that it was, they've looked at it, and for whatever reason, they felt like, okay, this isn't the same, but I don't know that.
Okay, can that not count? Because I feel like it seems like it was at the same time. I think we know. I guess it's just, what is your message to the community that is saying 13?
Absolutely. Isom, this guy makes Isom look like a top-tier investigator, right? Which is funny because they could almost be brothers. They've got the same haircut. Let's just get a close-up of him again.
Somebody out there knows.
Let's bring up General Isom, cream of the crop. It's exactly the same. Ison's even got a better haircut and a better tan. And he could take him to school in any pig race. Tallahassee champion. Okay, now look at him. I think he actually had a pig race the same day, later that day, that he gave this testimony, and won, obviously.
Was this person? Somebody out there has information on this. We need that.
Do you believe that there were more than one people? Do you think it was multiple people there that night?
I go.
Acapella says, I wonder if this case has motivated Isom to introduce more honey into his diet. Every case motivates Isom to introduce more honey into his diet. He eats 2 jars on the way to work while driving. No one can get into his car. It's just, you run the risk of not getting out again. It's so sticky.
Oh, we have what we have in front of us.
Okay. Okay.
Something from Michelle.
Yep.
We
okay.
have what we have in front of us. Yeah, I think that was his campaign message, right? We have what we have in front of us and behind us and to the sides and up and below, above and below.
How did you rule out the man in the video?
We have what we have above us and below us and in front of us and behind us and to the sides of us, around us, within us, and I think that's all the possible options.
Who was trying to unlock a door,
okay.
overnight video.
How did? Oh, that's what.
I
don't think we know.
Yeah, I don't know that. I just know that it was. They've looked at it, and for whatever reason, they felt like, okay, this isn't the same. But I don't know that.
Okay, can that not count? Because I feel like.
Why don't we start with the list of the things that you do know? Oh, look, another young news reporter reading notes off their phone. There's something I really hate about that. I want to see a, what do you call it, a flip notepad with a pencil, with a short pencil, because they use it so often.
It seems like it was at the same time. I think we know. I guess it's just, what is your message to the community that is saying 13 days on now and there's no suspect, no person of interest, no vehicle of interest?
13 days on now and you haven't changed your shirt once. Where's that black undershirt that you were wearing?
Interest.
We have over 4.
He probably has to use that as a pillow in the tent that he sleeps on in.
100 cops out there looking, working 24/7, every day, every night. Nobody's. Please call with every bit of information you can. Help us help Nancy. It really is just that. We can't do this alone. And so if you get a Ring request from Ring or somebody, please look at those things and send that to us.
We can't do this alone is not how you frame a public appeal, is it? We can't do this alone. We're so inadequate and inept and shouldn't be in office. So if you've got a Ring doorbell...
If you get a request from somebody knocking on your door, please help us with this. Somebody does know this person. we need to identify that man.
Cool. Thank you. Ah, so he's confirmed it is a man. So, what's Brian Enton been doing apart from getting his hair done? He's driving a car. Maybe he's on the way to the salon right now.
So I'm in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood right now, and I wanted to give you guys a look at kind of the bigger picture of what it looks like in Nancy's neighborhood. First of all, look at this. This is the road that Nancy lives on, and we're still, you know, about a block away, and you can see just how much media there is out here. I mean, they basically line the entire street, all sorts of different networks, people from really all over the world. Some of the live.
Wow, it's like a little village, isn't it? DoorDash must be doing good business.
Shots I've heard reporters doing are.
There should be a fucking taco truck at the bottom. This could be like a food market. Street food.
Like in different languages. It's raining today, by the way, which is unusual, obviously, here in the desert. I've been here almost 2 weeks and it hasn't rained one day, but it started raining today, which is interesting for the investigation. I mean, if there were...
So the rain might wash away the clues, right? That's not good.
Tire tracks or anything they were looking at, that could be an issue, although it's already been 2 weeks, so they've probably already, you know, hopefully looked for those kinds of things. This is Nancy's house right here. You can see that there is a...
See, look at that driveway. From the aerial photography, I thought it was like really steep. Just flat. Gravel, so that would make a noise when you walk on it.
County Sheriff's deputy.
The size of that cactus. Wow, that's a big one.
Out front. Initially, they just had the house totally unsecured with no deputies around, but they have since kept the deputy here around the clock, just kind of keeping an eye on things, making sure that no one walks onto the property. Today, there was everybody was kind of excited about this. There was a pool cleaner that came, a pool service guy that came, and they actually let that person go back into the back of the house. This is our News Nation setup right here. That's Mo, our cameraman. Hey, Mo. He's waving. He's, I think, grumpy because of the rain, and it's been a long couple of weeks, as you can imagine. But I want...
If I was the pool cleaner guy, I would not be going there doing work. I mean, you're not going to get paid. She's dead.
I'll show you up here. Look, this is the area next to Nancy's house, and you can see like how dense the...
Maybe he's doing it to show support, or maybe he's just got a van, right, with his fucking logo on it. It's like, yeah, man, get me in the fucking Guthrie driveway. You need a pool cleaned? Yeah, take my business card.
Vegetation is, there's cactuses, there's bushes, there's rocks, and when you go back...
Even if I didn't have a standing contract, maybe it wasn't even his job. Any reason you've got to go there in a van with your company logo, do it.
A little bit off the road, which I did the other day and was kind of walking through the desert, you can see how hard it is to see the road because of all the vegetation. So even if like a house like this is Nancy's neighbor, even if a house like this had a camera, it would be very difficult to actually see what was happening out on the road. Not to mention, at night it's like pitch black around here. They have an ordinance here that you're not...
You'd see headlights, wouldn't you? At least you'd get the direction. I mean, that would be helpful. I mean, you might get a general shape of the vehicle. That TMZ guy was saying that the FBI are, what did he say? Vitally interested in a vehicle, right? Which one?
Not allowed to have lights on at night because of all the stargazers, so it's really, really dark here at night. You can see more media parked this way. I mean, we've kind of taken over the neighborhood, which most of the neighbors have been pretty nice. We kind of see the same ones every day out walking their dogs. So we've become friends with a lot of the neighbors. A few have been annoyed, which I understand. It's like they have a hard time getting through. But I think the media, for the most part, has been pretty respectful of just trying to stay off the road, making sure we take all our trash at the end of the day. I know that sounds weird, but you know, you can imagine if it was your neighborhood. So up here, you can see the mountains in the distance.
Yeah, we've got 4,000 media people shitting next to our fucking condo. Yeah, we've been shitting in plastic bags and taking it with us at the end of the day. You know, to show respect. Where are they shitting? Hey, can I use your van?
And again, just let you look to the side here. I mean, look how dense. People think this is like a normal neighborhood when you watch it on the news, but each house is on 1 to 4 acres. And there's a ton of vegetation, and there's a lot of space in between the houses. And you can actually, like this guy, if he was trying to get to Nancy's house without walking along the road, you could easily do that, just kind of walking through the desert, walking through these yards, and no one would see you. And again, even if you walked in the road, especially at night, there's no cameras that I've seen that are really right out on the road here in the neighborhood. A lot of really beautiful houses here, by the way. It's confusing though. It's twisty and turny in here. There's only a couple of ways to get back to the main road, and there's all sorts of cul-de-sacs. And even being here almost 2 weeks, I live.
Did he just say it's twisty and turny? Have a word with yourself, for fuck's sake. It's twisty and turny. Come on.
Literally have to use my GPS every single day when I leave, because first of all, it's so dark, and I still can't really figure out. I still get lost in this neighborhood.
People keep going on about the dark, don't they? It's so dark. The Good Dark by Annie Guthrie.
So kind of goes back to like the whole thought of, did this person know the neighborhood? Did they plan ahead how to get in and out? You know, my thought is probably yes, based on just how confusing the neighborhood can be to get in and out of. Some construction happening here. There's a lot of construction in the neighborhood, I've noticed. A lot of landscapers, a lot of people doing work on houses, which goes back to, remember those black gloves that were found along the road, not far from here. I think it's about 1.5 miles from here. You know, a lot of these people doing work in the neighborhood use gloves like that. That's what some of the construction crews have told me. So, you know, I'm not sure that those gloves are actually going to connect back to the case, but we know that they were bagged and sent away for testing. And there's apparently, the sheriff is now saying there are other gloves that have also been found. So here's another intersection here. We're right up the way from Nancy's. And I can't, like, again, I can't even remember. It all sort of starts to look the same out here. Yeah, I wanted to give you guys a lay of the land and kind of show you what the neighborhood is actually like, and just how spread out the houses are, and again, just how much vegetation is out here.
Lot of vegetation, a lot of gloves too, right? Maybe they're special gloves for doing something with a cactus. Lot of cactus. I don't know, is there any other news about this grandmother? Huge discovery, huge glove. A glove so big.
A Fox News alert, a possible breakthrough in the search for Nancy Guthrie. A glove inside the 84-year-old's home has been discovered and sent to a lab in Florida by the Pima County Sheriff's Office.
However, federal agents are likely to retest the new evidence since it was not sent to the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia. Fox News contributor Paul Morrow actually asked the FBI about the role they will play in examining DNA evidence just a week ago. Watch.
Will the Bureau be submitting the DNA for investigative genealogical investigation relative?
Oh, he was wearing a different shirt.
Maybe getting a relative, somebody if you want.
I would say the DNA aspect of this case is being handled by the Pima County Sheriff's Department right now. However, should we get to that point, yes, that would be an option for the FBI to assist.
If we're allowed to. Yeah, we could send it to Quantico, where, we have all of the best stuff. But Nanos wants to send it to Florida.
Are watching Fox and Friends First here on a Friday morning. I'm Todd Pyro.
And I'm Carly Shimkus. The FBI has also released its first description of the suspect. They are looking.
Kind of a Stegosaurus vibe I get from this picture of Nancy Guthrie, right? You remember that one that was ill in Jurassic Park? Or was it, no, a Triceratops? Somebody was ill. Whichever dinosaur was ill, she reminds me of that dinosaur.
For a male that is approximately 5'9" to 5'10" with an average build.
I don't think he's 5'9". I thought he was a lot shorter than that. Did they count the bricks? Because you got to count the bricks. Everyone's been speculating about what they're doing in that tent, and then people are saying, "Oh yeah, no, maybe it's to protect the blood that's been sat there for a week." 10 days. Yeah, maybe they're going to build a 3D model so that they could superimpose. They make another video, and then superimpose the intruder in the 3D model to measure the height. It's crazy. I've never heard so much pointless speculation about what might be going on in any case, in any national attention case. And it's so routine. Everybody's doing it, especially on Fox. They say things like, yeah, no, we could be dealing with a, what do they come out with? Just random stuff. We could be dealing with a beekeeping falconer, because both of those professions wear gloves. So we're looking for a beekeeping falconer, auto electrician. Why?
Who was wearing a black 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker pack backpack.
I thought she was going to say a 25-liter mask. It does look really big. Even when I was making those pictures the other day, and I put Jim Carrey's head on there. Where's that? Love that. I had to make Jim Carrey's head extra big to cover up the mask. It's that big. But when you see Jim Carrey, I mean, it looks really big. It looks way too big. Yeah. His head is actually that big. 25-liter head. Oh, Jim.
Let's bring in forensic expert Joseph Scott Morgan. And Joseph, let us start with the evidence and the examination of the evidence. What can the FBI lab in Quantico do that private lab in Florida can't when it comes to all of this evidence, specifically that glove?
Yeah. Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah, this glove is very significant in the sense that that glove is going to contain molecular evidence relative to a potential for.
I think he should say quantum molecular evidence. That glove, that quantum glove, is going to contain bioquantum molecular evidence. That's the sort of thing that we're seeing as well. Next generation, what was it? Identification software that they're now calling NGI, which I've never heard. And next generation, what does that even mean? It just means the latest stuff. Next generation, well, yeah. It improves every year. So what does that mean? It just makes it sound glamorous, doesn't it? So we're going to be looking at that glove and inspecting that glove for bioquantum molecular evidence.
Or a DNA profile that could be created. The resources that the FBI has compared to, say, for instance, a private laboratory is quite striking. And not only that, the FBI also has additional partners.
What should we watch? Cycle Z, Circle Z, NC, Ferez, the third. Are you of the Boston Ferezes? Yeah, what should we watch if it's not Fox?
That they work with on a regular basis to build out one of these profiles. The question, guys, is this: how well has the glove been preserved? You know, as a forensics person, that's always my big question, because some of this evidence can be very, very fragile.
Oh, it's such a joke. This. That old guy at the beginning, that guy that was the FBI profiler for the Kennedy assassination, he said that this guy was not expecting to have this video revealed, right? And I'll bet it's caused him a lot of stress and embarrassment. He's like, not only am I probably going to get caught, but that's how I'll be remembered. The guy that poked the video camera with a rose bush, with a stupid mask that exposed my key features. I didn't wear goggles, I didn't shave, and I had a mouth hole. What a fucking idiot. So I'm going to go to jail forever or get the death penalty, but for the rest of my days, I'm going to be remembered as this guy.
And one of the big things I need you guys to keep your eye on here is that if these gloves contained any kind of DNA evidence from this individual, you heard this just a second ago, actually there can be a forensic genealogical profile built on this person that could literally go back to familial connections with somebody in this family that has put their DNA into one of these databases that they can track back to this individual specifically. This thing is huge.
That certainly does sound like it really could be. And then the other thing that happened yesterday was that investigators released a description between 5'9" and 5'10", average build. We also have the backpack. It's something,
yes.
It's broad. How do investigators narrow down a suspect based on that description?
Well, we know.
Well, they go to all the Walmarts in the country and they get all the videos that they have and then they look at them. It's going to take a while, but we are looking into it around the clock.
I know that the backpack is an Ozark backpack, and listen, you know, you can walk into, and I'll go ahead and say, Walmart's anywhere in the country, and
you can walk into a Walmart and buy this backpack. I know that from my 45 years experience of going to Walmart.
Sell these. So that, again, part of the investigative funnel, you want to put data in and have it narrowed down as you work through the case. I'm very fascinated by this idea that they brought this chart out. I don't know if you guys saw that, that one of the...
I guess he might... People are saying, why is he covering up the letter? Why doesn't he just palm it? Well, he's probably trying to pry it off at the same time, right? I don't know, but we can see most of his fingers and thumb. So the only finger that we can't see is the little finger. And he's not going to be doing much with that, is he? What is it even for?
Agents, our enforcement individuals had this in their arm, and this is a height chart. So what they were doing with the camera, I think, beneath the tent, they were trying to set up a template where they could get an idea from that perspective when he approached that Nest camera of height. Now, that's kind of a broad spectrum when you say, when you're talking 4 to 5 inches, but at least it's something to go on. You know that the top end of the range is going to be over 5'10", or is below 5'10", and then inside of that lower number. So you can bracket it that way. Look, it's not a lot, but at least it's something. And you compare that, and if you can take and test this DNA and really narrow it down with that, you might have a bingo here.
Yeah, it's that same concept. Like when you go into a bank and you see,
yes,
as you're leaving a bank at the door, there are all those numbers. Those
yep,
numbers are heights, so that if you rob
yep,
the bank and you're leaving, you can see how tall the bank robber is. I want to get your thoughts on the video, because I think the request for video coming from authorities now is absolutely fascinating. They're asking the public for help. And
I don't think that's in every bank. It's just in his bank.
Specifically, they're requesting a month of video, not a week, not 2 weeks, but a month of video from neighbors and others within a 2-mile radius of East Skyline Drive and North Campbell Avenue. Authorities are seeking footage recorded between January 1st, 2026 and February 2nd of this year, and any video showing vehicles, traffic, pedestrians, or anything unusual that could be relevant to the case. And then dialing down on this, specifically, neighbors are being asked for videos between 9 p.m. and midnight on January 11th, a very specific date and a very specific time within that date, and also between 9:30 a.m.
What was it? 9:30 a.m. and midday. What was it? On January 11th.
Traffic, pedestrians, or anything unusual that could be relevant to the case. And then dialing down on this, specifically, neighbors are being asked for videos between 9 p.m. and midnight on January 11th, a very specific date and a very specific time within that date, and also between 9:30 a.m. and 11 a.m. on January 31st. Again, very specific, Joseph. Does that lead you to believe that authorities think this house was cased?
Yeah. I'd buy that 100%, Todd. I think that's probably the situation that we're looking at right now. Somebody has seen something. And, all of us live in various locations where we have neighbors that can observe things. And they might say, hey, I keep seeing this particular type of car pass up and down the street. And keep in mind, shoe leather is in effect here.
Somebody has seen something. Wow. Put that at the top of the list.
You've got door knockers that are going around and asking these people questions. So if they find this common thread between all of these houses that are adjacent to Mrs. Guthrie's home, that's significant. So they're going to try to pare this down. If they have videography that's out there, you might can see the vehicle passing, making rotations, maybe slowing. Hey, you might even have an opportunity to see somebody actually get out of the vehicle, walk up, and remember, this is being done under the cover of darkness. We've heard lighting isn't great out there. So you could sneak and peek, if you will, all around this property, try to get an idea of where cameras are, any kind of surveillance equipment, and maybe just the habits. Are lights left on? Is there some kind of light I have to avoid? But it's interesting that an individual would not pick up on this Nest camera that's out there if they have, in fact, been casing it. Maybe their skills at casing a location are not that refined.
Dr. Michael Bodden is a forensic pathologist. He analyzed the blood droplets found at Nancy Guthrie's house and said, quote, Nancy Guthrie is bleeding from some area, either the hands or the face. The nature of the blood spots with little pale centers or donut shapes are typical for drops that come from the nose or mouth because they're mixed with air. This means she's coughing up blood or dripping from the nose. Otherwise, there would be a dripping from a cut from above, possibly the hands or face. I hear you saying so you agree.
That's quite a lot. Nancy Guthrie is bleeding from some area, either the hands or the face. The nature of the blood spots with the little pale centers or donut shapes are typical from drops that come from the nose or mouth because they're mixed with air. That means she's coughing up blood or dripping from the nose. Otherwise, there would be a dripping from a cut from above. Otherwise, there would be a dripping from a cut from above, possibly the hands or face. So it's either the hands, the face, the nose, or the mouth, or the feet, or the leg. How many options do you need?
There would be a dripping from a cut from above, possibly the hands or face. I hear you saying.
But this is a forensic pathologist, so he's probably been working with grandmothers for 40 years.
So you agree. Give us more of your thoughts on that analysis, and what more can you tell us?
Look, if you guys could hold that shot just for a second, that's very revealing. You see those major drops that you have?
You're telling me that a forensic pathologist can look at the photograph of that? I think the comment's not even from someone who was actually at the scene involved in the investigation. A forensic pathologist that wants to be on telly can look at that and go, yes, I see the little pale donut spots. That's indicative of blood that was coming from the nose or hands, face, mouth, or feet. I don't think so. Not from that photograph. Maybe at the scene, maybe with special tests, chemical tests. But no, not from that fucking picture.
Have there, the larger ones, that's gravitational dropping. So it's falling from a location. Everybody at home right now, think about what happens if you have a spontaneous bloody nose, okay? Those are free-falling drops and they're rather large. Do you see the tiny ones in there? In my opinion, I think those are expert droppings.
Everybody at home right now, shut your eyes and think about what happens if you have a bloody nose. Well, it's quite self-explanatory, isn't it? It bleeds. You bleed from the nose. Okay.
So what that means is there's something going on in the nose or the mouth, and that's as a result of probably expirating or kind of coughing like this, and you get those kind of particulated depositions like that. The larger ones are free-falling droplets.
What was that? It's kind of coughing like that. No one coughs like that.
Say, dropping free in the air. They come out as perfect spheres. They impact the ground and create that they're almost like the size of, I don't know, maybe a penny.
Didn't even clear up the rose bush.
Some of them might be about the size of a nickel.
Fascinating stuff. Forensic expert Joseph Scott.
We got pennies of blood. We got nickels of blood. There might be a couple of dimes and a few silver dollars.
Morgan, thank you so much for your insight. We're coming back to you on this at some point.
Bingo.
Thank you for your time this morning.
Let's do it.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and
Al Jazeera reporting on this, or Russia Today, for the different spin. Well, what's the best network? Everybody's going to have an opinion. Jesse Weber. Well, that's Fox again. Let's go back to the Ransom video. I haven't seen that, since this morning.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Nancy Guthrie's abductors have allegedly demanded six...
How bizarre. Is that a piece of Annie Guthrie jewellery around Nancy's neck? Possibly. That she, Savannah probably got her something better that she needs to wear to help Annie Guthrie's sense of self-esteem. Hey, Annie. So how's the book? Any sales? Apart from that guy in Portugal? No? Okay. Well, hang in there. You'll get through.
$6 million in exchange for her safe return. Local TV station KGUN9 in Tucson, Arizona, where the 84-year-old was snatched from her bed last weekend, reported that her alleged kidnappers asked for $6 million in exchange for her life. The alleged ransom note requested payment by 5 p.m. on Monday and threatened Nancy's life if cash is not delivered by the deadline. The demand is one of several ransom notes that have been sent to the family and to local news stations. KGUN9 previously said it, along with other outlets, have received a ransom note demanding millions of dollars in Bitcoin. It comes as FBI agents have decoded hidden messages in the latest video released by Savannah and her siblings begging for her release, saying, "We will pay." A former FBI special agent and crisis negotiator told the Daily Mail that Nancy's kidnappers seem to know exactly what they're doing. Dr. Brianna Fox said the use of separate deadlines shows careful planning. She told the Daily Mail how investigators and the family have to treat each ransom note as legitimate, because the risk associated with not doing so is too great. But she revealed how the latest video displays a change from previous pleas made to Guthrie's alleged captors, with Saturday's video being just 22 seconds long.
So, Savannah must be fucking pissed, right? Somebody who sent that ransom note, that fake ransom note, really put the shit up her, right? Or whatever the term might be. Totally convinced her that the mother was dead and that they might return the body for $6 million. Okay, good. I wasn't even gonna pay that much to get her back alive. We'll give you $300.
Compared to almost 4 minutes. Fox said that this points to a line of communication having been opened with the alleged abductors.
Behind the mask.
I'm going to pick up my prop over here. What you do have is if this pair of gloves, he's got to put these pair of gloves on somehow. So he's got to pull those things on the other pair of gloves. But these are the two, and you see the barrel is going to come right off of that, a big amount of space that's there. So that's barely tucked into that big pouch, I'm going to call it, that holster. It's just a really amateur type holster.
Gun hammock, the swinging dick gun holster that you wear over your crotch.
And doesn't even seem to have any retention to it at all. Again, my mind, not throwing a bias here, my mind is going to a homeless type person just because of the juxtaposition of weird stuff that he's carrying with him. It seems to be like a pair of sweatpants and over another pair of pants, awkward gloves, Ozark Trail backpack, the face mask and everything else. It's not somebody who's...
These guys, yeah, no. I think he's a homeless person because it looks like he's wearing two sets of pants. And in the desert it gets cold. So if he's sleeping outside, he would probably need to wear padded, multi-layered clothing. Another guy was like, the way this guy expertly sealed up his entire body. It's like, well, he's wearing clothes. Everybody does that. Most of the time. I mean, it's just insane the amount of... everyone wants to say something in a really grand, verbose way, don't they? What was it? Yeah, we're going to look into the nano, quantum, molecular evidence.
Tactically coming from that they troll the tactical websites and even getting airsoft type equipment to look the part or whatever else, and that is not an outfit that's going to lend itself rather to fast movement or anything else. Very awkward.
Yeah, now he's targeting the homeless, That's all part of it too. I mean, you gotta think, once the direction is set, everything, that's the nature of the system. Even if it's not orchestrated, once the direction is set, everything moves with the stream, right? With the flow of the stream. Homeless people are dangerous kidnapping criminals. And sometimes they'll buy airsoft equipment to make it look like a gun because they have no money. And if they come to your house wearing two sets of pants, it's probably because they're sleeping in the desert and it gets cold, even in Arizona. So get them off our streets and round them up and put them in a work camp, please. Okay?
I hang on to for this exact purpose. I just couldn't find one in that case, but it almost seemed like there was a seam on it, and I didn't examine it completely and try and do still images one through another because of the time constraints here. But it would seem to me that it's a off the shelf type of gloves, but it produced a shine. It had some reflectivity to it, so it tells me it's not a leather glove that people have been saying, unless it's got some gloss to it, an amalgamated sort of leather.
Yeah, it's not a leather glove unless it's a shiny leather, which is totally possible. Some leather's shiny. He's thinking about suede. Suede's not shiny at all. It's definitely not a suede glove.
Leathery material, suede. But I would say more of a polymer type. Well, two pairs of gloves is going to.
I mean, the one in the background looks leather in that picture. I mean, this one just looks like a boxing glove or beekeeper.
degrade the ability to get the DNA. They got on it pretty quickly, but you're out in the Tucson sun, maybe not. It could be turned over so you don't have it exposed to the UV rays. Again, I'm going to pick up my prop over here. What you do have is, if this pair of gloves, he's got to put these pair of gloves on somehow. So he's got to pull those things on the other pair of gloves. And as he's doing that,
he's got to put these gloves on somehow, which means at some point prior, he wasn't wearing them and had actual human hands. Yeah. So we just need to trace back with the FBI's resources and see if we can find his hands. Because if we find his hands, we find him.
if this is indeed the nitrile glove that was on top of it, if he did that, he's touching all of the inside. We get 6 to 8 skin cells. We got them. You know, we've got a profile, and they
6 to 8 skin cells. What, so 5's not good enough? I mean, I think it would depend. I think it could be one skin cell would be all you would need.
could very well be doing that right now. It doesn't take much to get a DNA profile. It's you're shedding DNA.
Once we get the bio-nano quantum molecular evidence, it's easy.
Skin cells constantly. What degrades them, like I said, is the sun and that time out in the sun over here. However, if it's flipped over, you know, you might be. Now, is the glove related? Yes or no? That glove would degrade pretty quickly in the Tucson, you know, the weather out there and everything else. That looked like a pretty new glove to me. This is a little closer maybe between the two, that drop mark, and you take a look.
Or a coyote with cold paws might take them with him.
Look at, we have on the front here, this is, I think they call it a Border Patrol style holster. It had the two parts to it. So this is about a 1970s holster right here. Very obsolete, and 4 revolvers. They've said over and over again, it's
Yeah. Hey, I gotta go and kidnap the Guthrie woman. Give me the most distinctive vintage holster that you have. The kind that you can only buy in one place. That's heavily surveilled. Yeah. And I want to wear it around my crotch for some reason. A non-traditionalist. He's like, yeah, everybody puts it on their hip or under the arm. But did you know that it's quicker to get to if you put it around your crotch?
Revolver type holster. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Possibly it could be a modern version of it for something like that. That kind of revolver does fit the West. It was more of a cowboy type gun that they would carry along with them. Here, let me bring you an example of it. So this is a 4 1/4-inch barrel right here. You see it kind of fits in that drop holster over here. Mm-hmm. Let's bring a modern Glock. I have a laser light system over there for comparison, but these are the two. And you see the barrel is going to come right off of that. So this is the size that's going to stick inside of the, and we have a big amount of coming off the trigger housings on both, a big amount of space that's there. So that's barely tucked into that.
Yeah, but he's got a light on the end of that Glock on the bottom. Look.
Size that's going to stick inside of the, and we have a big amount of coming off the trigger housings on both. A big amount of space that's there. So that's barely tucked into that big pouch, I'm going to call it, that holster. It's just a really amateur type holster and doesn't even seem to have any retention to it at all. They're getting it correct, by the way. A couple of guys have spoke to it rather adroitly about the automatic being thrown in.
Listen, Woodpit, this guy has been working with holsters for 30 years. Okay, I've worked with holsters for over 30 years. And I know that this is a vintage 70s holster. It's often called a Border Patrol holster. And I know that from my experience.
Into a modern automatic being thrown into an old, I'm going to call it 1970s pouch or drop holster.
I'm surprised the guys from Gold and Silver Pawn Shop in Las Vegas haven't called in and said, yeah, we got a guy that is an expert in Civil War memorabilia. Next. Who's this? It's not Fox.
There is dueling information on whether, since our show yesterday, the FBI has, quote, moved on from, and by FBI, I mean FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department, from Pac-Man, who we analyzed at length yesterday. The man who had 2 backpacks in a back alley a few miles away from Nancy Guthrie's case, almost at the same time of the Nancy Guthrie home invasion, if the camera was right in the alley, put it around 1:53 a.m., someplace around there.
Hey, look, that's the cop on the left the other day that was calling Savannah Samantha. She's still relevant? She's still being called up? Hey, can you come on our show as an expert that can't remember the fucking name of the celebrity whose mother is missing? Yeah, great. No, she's got 30 years experience working with Samanthas, so...
And of course, we're told that the doorbell was disconnected at Nancy's house at 1:47 and that someone was spotted on camera at 2:12 a.m. So the NBC News nightly program, I think it was last night, Tom Winter, who's been covering the case for them, reports that law enforcement has, quote, moved on. I think he said that that man is not a person of interest or a suspect, and they've moved on. And TMZ saying that's not true, saying that their sources say, no, your information is wrong, that no one has been cleared. That was the word. They've been cleared. And Harvey says, no, my FBI source tells me no one has been cleared in relation to that video. So
This fucking... Right, we need a video of anybody with a backpack in Arizona, okay? If you've got a backpack and you're trying to... What is he doing? I really want to go and make a video of myself doing something strange with a backpack. And how many things could you do with a backpack? Is that not a trend on TikTok? Backpack surveillance videos?
let's just start there. What's going on there? I mean, I tried to get to the bottom of this, and basically I was directed to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I mean, that they're the ones supposed to be running herd on this. They're the only ones who can clear or not clear. And while the FBI may be telling Harvey he's not cleared, no one's cleared, Tom Winter seems to have two just law enforcement sources saying he is. So, Jim, what do you think is happening here?
Yeah, no one is cleared in this investigation, Megan, at this point in time. You can talk of the inner circle of the family to guys like this who pop up, days later, weeks later, a week and a half later on some kind of a video.
It looked like a drug drop to me, right?
So, unless someone's actually in prison, locked up, no anza for butts, CCTV on him, they know where he is. No one is going to be cleared. And even if this guy is not the one, or someone is in prison and they know he didn't do the abduction of Nancy Guthrie.
Nobody is going to be cleared is a really nice way to say we haven't made any progress, right? We're not getting very far. We can't even clear anyone. But they're saying it like it's a tactic. Yeah, listen, nobody is cleared. Until we know who maybe did it, then, even then, we still think it might be someone else. But if we can get a conviction, we're good.
Does he know someone who did? Was he involved in some sort of co-conspirator type thing? So I said yesterday, this guy has to be ruled out before, they can do other things at the same time, but he has to be ruled out before they say he's cleared. We're hearing conflicting stories. One set of people said yes, other people said no. My idea is you keep them, you move them down the priority list. You put them in section, C, D, or E of suspects, but you still keep an eye on them, keep everything, get DNA, get fingerprints if that's possible, and then compare it from there. But I would say,
put them in category D, E, or F until you have DNA.
If I was the investigator, and Maureen can disagree with this if she wants, but this guy is still in the suspect pool because there's too many factors that lined up when they shouldn't have lined up. Same time, same location, backpacks, all that stuff. So he has to be kept in that suspect pool. I'm not sure if he's been identified or not. That would be a big factor.
No one would have told Tom Winter. Tom Winter is a good reporter. No one would have said he was cleared if they hadn't identified him. I just can't believe that. But here is Harvey, who clearly does have some FBI sources. He cites FBI. Normally he just cites law enforcement, but he his only role in this whole case has been the so-called ransom notes, which we know the FBI is handling. Quite clearly, he's got a source or sources within the FBI. And this is what he said on Hannity last night, Maureen. Here it is, SOT 3.
Why is NBC dismissing this now that apparently they have determined that the man has been cleared in this case? Because it looks like a strange coincidence to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to embrace or dispute what NBC said. I can only tell you about an hour ago, I called one of my sources at the FBI who was involved in this case, who said that nobody has been cleared in connection with the video. That doesn't mean they're implicated either, but they said they're looking at everything, including this. So I'm getting different information from the FBI.
Okay, so what do you make of it, Maureen?
I think that in the Bureau, we're doing different things. And, Fitz has talked at length about the number of different investigations in all these different silos that are happening simultaneously, including the Sheriff's Department. Our team is just not going to give up, especially like the CAST team, the cellular analysis team, and others. We are just not going to give up until we check every single solitary box that we check. And for two different agencies to have two different ways of going about things is totally natural. You're always going to have hiccups. You're always going to have issues among personnel. But that's where leadership comes in. If you're a good leader, like more than one time I had a supervisor say, hey, I need you to go over here and build a damn bridge. And I don't care what you have to do to build it, because we have.
What? I want you to build me a bridge. I want the Golden Gate to take me over the San Francisco Bay. Build a bridge.
Whatever the situation is at hand. And here the
don't burn a bridge between agencies. I want to hear about the bridge again.
Team is just not going to give up, especially like the CAST team, the cellular analysis team, and others. We are just not going to give up until we check every single solitary box that we check. And for two different agencies to have two different ways of going about things is totally natural. You're always going to have hiccups. You're always going to have issues among personnel. But that's where leadership comes in. If you're a good leader, like more than one time I had a supervisor say, hey, I need you to go over here and build a damn bridge. And I don't care what you have to do to build it. Because we have whatever the situation is at hand. And here the situation obviously is an 84-year-old woman. So we have different ways of going about it. We're not going to tell them how to handle their business. They're not going to be telling us how to handle ours. And then at the end of the day, we just share in a really good situation, we're going to share all the information, and we're going to do it in the command post, and we're going to say, this is what we found. This is
with respect to this guy, though, I think we're it's fair to say he's not a great lead. No one's considering him their hottest lead right now. Otherwise, the messaging overall would be different. And so that's disturbing, because now we have at least two men who, one we know committed a crime, one we think looks pretty sketchy with the double backpack in the alley in the middle of the night, trying to get through some gate. Doesn't exactly look like, he's working on his dissertation. So I'm not sure what's happening there in Tucson. And then we have a third person.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly look like he's working on his dissertation. Probably didn't even go to college. Homeless fuck.
Now another video has emerged, and we're going to show that today, of yet another guy. This guy is on a porch. This, again, comes from one of the ring.
This guy is also on a porch with a backpack, fiddling with a little camera lens. I think it's going to become a trend. I think we're going to see TikTok videos. Everybody fucking around with a camera with a rose bush, with a backpack and a balaclava. It's great. I want to make one. I don't have a doorbell camera. I suppose you just don't need one, do you? You just put the phone there and act like the phone is the camera, but then make it look like a surveillance video. It's got to be with a filter.
Camera forums are in and around Tucson. Like, people talk and they link their ring.
How do you know he's not working on his dissertation? He might be doing a study into how much electricity is used to illuminate your porch with Christmas lights.
cameras and they see it.
If he's studying electricity like that, he might have electrician gloves. I see where you're going with this.
Talk about what they've seen on there. Now look at this guy. He was all over this woman's porch in the middle of the night. Look at him, you guys. He's got the dark mustache. He's got the dark soul patch into a beard underneath his chin. He's got pretty distinguished eyebrows. Now, unfortunately, he is also kind of skinny. In my view, that's a distinction from the man who was on Nancy Guthrie's porch. You can tell he sort of knows about the Ring camera here himself. But look at that. Before he manages to cover it up or do.
I mean, that's quite consistent, isn't it? But she's saying he's too skinny, but that's why he was wearing baggy, padded out clothes, 2 layers. But the type of mustache is spot on. The eye and eyebrows also consistent. And also consistent with Evans, right? What's his name? Something Evans. What is his name? You know, the drummer. The drummer from the band. The old bandmate of Rollo Tomasi.
Do whatever he did to it. Boy, oh boy, you have a pretty good headshot of him. So, Jim, there is a striking similarity between this guy and his face, at least, and what we think is behind that masked man on Nancy's porch.
And once again, as I've said about the last guy we showed and the same guy we talked about yesterday. By the way, Maureen and I came up with the name Tupac for him. Tupac.
This latest guy?
No, the guy from yesterday.
Oh, Pac-Man. Oh, Tupac. I get
Tupac,
it.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway, but this guy, there are some.
Hang on, I don't get it. Why is he called Tupac? What? Why? I don't get it.
Boy, you have a pretty good headshot of him. So, Jim, there is a striking similarity between this guy and his face, at least, and what we think is behind that masked man on Nancy's porch.
And once again, as I've said about the last guy we showed and the same guy we talked about yesterday. By the way, Maureen and I came up with the name Tupac for him. Tupac.
This latest guy?
No, the guy from yesterday.
Oh, Pac-Man. Oh, Tupac. I get
Tupac,
it.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway,
well
but this guy, there are some similarities, certainly through the eye holes. They've got to follow up on this. I would want to know how far away from Nancy's house, the exact night, the same, and the time of day, and perhaps if any other Ring cameras pick this guy up along the way. He's certainly acting suspicious, like he doesn't belong there.
There's
that's
no
a good
way he
side by
belongs.
side. Well, of course not. I mean, unless it's an ex-girlfriend or something. I mean, we just don't know that. But I'm sure the ex-girlfriend wouldn't be putting this thing out unless she wanted to, upset her ex-boyfriend. So he has to be looked into.
Yeah. Unless he fucked her sister, then she probably wouldn't be putting this out. But that could happen.
Facial recognition. Local sheriff deputies are going to know this guy. Most likely, someone will recognize him and say, "Hey, who is he?" If he's just a normal, street guy doing his thing, that's one thing. But if he's obviously if he's there for some other reason, that has to be determined. And if he never shows up and turns himself in, that's a clue too. So we have to get these guys identified as the bottom line, and maybe just move on from there. But without knowing who they are, their names, or where exactly they were, at 1:47 or so that Sunday morning. They got to keep him in the suspect pool.
We don't know, but somebody knows. Here's the information. The original poster of the video goes by Keen Divine online. And this was originally posted it was dated January 23rd, last month, from the neighbor's Ring camera app, not far from Nancy. Then our friend Nerdy Addict on X, he reposted it, which is where I saw it this morning. The man showed up on someone's porch, he said, around 3:30 a.m., and then returned again at 5 a.m., prompting a concerned Ring user to post about it on the neighbor app. This home is roughly 6 miles south of Nancy Guthrie's house. Look at that. I mean, short of it being vertical, this guy gave us his own little mugshot. I mean, somebody should be looking into him for what, if anything, may have gone missing on that porch at a minimum. The link that the neighbor who posted it on the neighborsring.com That post says, this guy appeared in the front yard around 3:30 a.m., then returned around 5 a.m. My dogs went crazy barking and thankfully spooked him away. I didn't answer the door. Anyone else see him in the area of 6th between Campbell and Tucson Boulevard? He's got on a light color, and now moving on to just what we see in the video for the listening audience. He has dark hair, dark facial hair, a mustache, the soul patch underneath his bottom lip. He approaches the doorway, appears to be carrying a light colored sweatshirt or jacket. He sort of oddly hunches over, we think probably trying to avoid detection on the camera, which failed with his rear end to the camera. But I mean, he's caught, like his whole face is on there. He shuffles to the side, appears to try to block the camera unsuccessfully. You see his entire face. He does have more rounded eyes, and it looks a little bit like he has something on his neck, like a tattoo. It's hard to see. And he looks Hispanic to me. You can't really tell in this black and white video for sure. But I don't know. To me, still, he seems too skinny. The guy who was at Nancy's for sure, to me, looks slightly huskier than this guy and huskier than Tupac. And now let's see. Yes, this is somebody on the Nerdy Addict thread.
Tupac. Okay, I thought they were talking about the guy on the porch. The Tupac is the guy with the 2 backpacks. Okay, Tupac, I get it.
Chuppa Jones points out, notice how he uses the same hand to block the camera, then almost seemingly instinctively does the same little crouch down to the left motion as the...
You see, this is what everybody should be doing on TikTok. They do the same, we'll call it the beehive... The beehive, what would the move be called? I don't know, but you have to make a video yourself in a balaclava, holding with a backpack on, rosebush on the camera, turn, twist, bend over, and make sure you wear a gold grill instead of teeth.
Abductor, or as the mask licks this guy, as Tupac, he's saying, as Tupac does in the video. It's like he's reaching for something that isn't there. A lot of speculation about whether this is the same guy.
Now Megan is actually calling him Tupac as if that's a real thing.
Let me any thoughts on all of that? Because this is somebody who was in the area. He came back an hour and a half later. I mean, this is very suspicious. And by the way, we think Nancy's abductor may have come back. You know, he approached that door more than once. We at least think that because he didn't have the backpack on in that one shot, Maureen.
Right. I think you're right about this guy. He's got those large eyes and he's got those eyebrows that are perfectly arched at the bottom. And he's got the
eyes, eyebrows, perfectly arched, large eyes.
Right. Facial hair around his mouth. I wish I could see the mouth a little bit better.
Yeah, because the perpetrator at Nancy's house has thick lips.
That were perfectly calm the whole time. I mean, there are people that can't pick up a plate or...
Calm lips. There are people that can't pick up a plate without their lips quivering. This guy's lips were as if they were carved out of stone. They were so still and calm. So the FBI has just released a notification to the public that they are looking for someone with calm lips.
Turn a doorknob without making some sort of, tightening up their face in some way, shape, or form. But that person on Nancy's porch just was calm as a cucumber the whole time. I do see a similarity, as you pointed out, about how calm this person is, this new video, the way he just saunters around and he's hunched over. He seems to be a bit taller and I would agree a bit thinner, but we don't know that right now. Maybe we can get that team out on the front porch to measure all that, but I don't see this person standing up straight. Does it say or did it mention at all if this person in this newest video was seen at other houses in the area or just that one particular?
Okay, did not say that. And I mean, one notable distinction is he did not wear a ski mask. So if that was a crime, unlike Tupac or Pac-Man, who was just sort of who looked like he had just committed a crime. This is just my own supposition, or might be about to. So, and was in an area where the crime.
He'd either just committed a crime, or was about to commit a crime, or had a thought in the last few weeks that he might commit a crime one day.
Didn't appear to be happening. It seemed to be more like where he was stashing something. Could be totally reasonable explanation for his behavior. Should note that for the record. This guy was in the midst of something that looked sketchy, like on the porch. And he was not wearing the face mask, unlike Nancy's abductor, who did have the face mask. International disputes, inflation, rising national.
International disputes, inflation. Please leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics and paypal.me/truecrimemetrics. Links are in the description. And merch. Great merch. Yeah. Next. What's the best network? Is there another network? Can we get the flip side? Who's that guy? I don't know if I can watch STS again. What is the best? Where do we go? We saw that guy already. WFLA 8. Well, they're all having a nice chat. Let's join them.
Disconnect between local authorities there.
MSNBC or CNN. Okay, we'll have a look at that next.
With the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI, you being with the FBI, of course, in your career, does this surprise you? Do you believe these reports? Why don't we start there?
I think they are blown out of proportion. Basically, this all centers around the two new gloves. Remember, there's 3 gloves at play here. One inside the house, one that we all saw.
He had 3 gloves, so he may have had 3 hands. We're looking for a guy with 3 hands and very calm lips.
On the side of the road, and then Fox News reported via a source that there's another glove as well. So this all stems around where the other 2 new gloves were going to be sent, right? So we know the other glove and other DNA evidence was sent to the lab in Florida that they normally use, meaning Pima County. So then you have the question, what do you do with the 2 new gloves since the Bureau's been involved? Do you send it to Quantico? This is the problem. You can't do that because all the profiles and all the work that has been done, you would be starting all over, and time is still of the essence. There is no Nancy. So I understand the decision. There was probably some different communication back and forth, but I think it's been blown out of proportion.
So then why?
Are these the huge tactical
there is no
vehicles
Nancy.
that the guy was making a huge deal about the other day? What was that?
So I understand the decision. There was probably some different communication.
SWAT team.
Back and forth, but I think it's been blown out of proportion.
So then why the leaks? I mean, Jennifer, we've talked so often about the relationship between law enforcement and the media. Clearly, there is unhappiness that is occurring here, and it's making it out to members of the press that are there on location in Tucson. Why do you think it's occurring?
Well, I don't think it's probably occurring at the level of the people who are really doing the boots on the ground work. Typically, when there's issues like this, it's happening at the higher levels. And remember, and this is the big point I want to make here. Listen, the Bureau is there only at the behest and at the really the sheriff's office saying it's okay to be working on this case. The FBI has 0 jurisdiction. The FBI has no legal parameters to work there except with and for the Pima County Sheriff's Office. At any moment, they could pull the plug on it. So it's very important that everybody play nice in the sandbox. But at the end of the day, the Bureau does not have the ability to make the calls legally.
Okay, we want to get our audience members involved here, and we want to ask because this was the big story last night, and we're asking in a poll that we have on our website. You go to.
You see, could that be something to this? They're making an issue about the FBI not being able to call the shots legally, right? And they've installed a sheriff's department that is so fucking inept that Nancy is definitely dead. So maybe when all this is said and done, it'll say, well, you know, if the FBI had have been able to call the shots and make that decision, we might have saved Granny. But they weren't able to, so they need more power. We need to give power to the federal government to come in and overtake the roles and responsibilities of the state on the state level, right? More federal control, centralized, totalitarian, unsanctioned control. You know, it's certainly not going to damage that effort, is it? Speed it up a little. You see, you need a whole mix of stuff over time. You need a Nancy Guthrie. You need a bunch of stuff with ICE and a few others.
To heyjb.live, and this is exactly right here what it's going to look like. Literally, this is what it looks like on your phone. We're asking the poll question: do you believe the Sheriff's Department is withholding evidence and/or information from the FBI? You can vote there in the poll, and then also as well, if you want to submit a comment that goes directly to us in the Stream Center, we call it a VIP comment, and we'll see it populate here, and it'll kind of stick on our screens. We're going to do an interactive Q&A a little bit later on in the program, and comments, you know, they scroll, and sometimes it's really difficult for us to catch your comment while we're doing the live stream here. But if you want it to stick on our screens here in the Stream Center, and we'll absolutely see it, go to heyjb.live. You can vote in the poll or not, totally up to you. And you can submit a VIP comment. There is no sign up required, no gotcha moment. There's nothing like that. We just want you to.
Oh, hang on. I just realized that he's just doing some ad. Fuck you. We don't want. There's no sign up required. There's no gotcha moment. There's no put in your credit card details, but we won't charge you until you forget to remove your account, and then it's $89.99 every week, every Monday. There's no trick here. Please trust me. I'm doing this to help you. It's not a business. Please do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics.
To be able to interact with our stream. I think it'll be interesting, Jennifer, to see whether or not people believe the reports, because the report comes out yesterday, Jennifer, from Brian Enton, that he says that he's, you know, speaking to people there on the ground, and there's seemingly this this unknown element as to who is actually calling the shots.
Just want to have a look at this.
That he says that he's, you know.
So you got the blood with the white donuts in them.
Speaking to people there on the ground.
That means it's definitely nose blood, either nose or face or ear, or mouth, or hand or feet.
And there's seemingly this.
Look at that! Look at that big old ceramic Arizona pot. It's not a proper Arizona front porch unless you've got a big old.
Report comes out yesterday, Jennifer, from Brian Enton, that he says that he's, you know, speaking to people there on the ground, and they're seeing.
I don't think much of her grouting work either. I mean, that's very wide. Why would it be so wide? To save money on the tile? I mean, Why don't you just put a slab of concrete down if that's the best you can do? Look at how much fucking wide the grouting is on the floor tile. You might as well just have a bit of concrete. It's like stepping stones, these tiles.
Whether or not people believe the reports, because the report comes out yesterday.
Look at it. Fucking inch of mortar.
Yesterday, Jennifer, from
How much did that cost? What was the saving? If you did it properly, you'd probably use an extra 6 tiles. How much do they cost each? Probably $5. Well, it's $30. $30, you can get a whole... what can you get for $30? 6 coffees.
Brian Enton, that he says that he's, speaking to people there on the ground.
Shocking. I mean, I said the other day that Nancy's house looked small, but it doesn't. I mean, part of it is the garage as well, so you have to take that into account. But I'm disappointed with that grouting. It's not even straight, or is that the step? It's not the step, is it? Ah. Look at the angle.
And there's seemingly this unknown element.
Is that a doorbell right there? There's a doorbell right there.
As to who is.
And then this thing. It doesn't look very difficult to unclip, does it? Fascinating. I mean, yeah, the exciting thing is that now that they've recovered it and they've said that these cameras have audio, if he's just disconnected it but it's still running in his pocket, I mean, that'd be fucking great. Can't wait till they release that. What would it sound like? They probably won't. Will it? If we hear Nancy scream, they probably won't even let it out. Savannah will have it squashed.
Is actually calling the shots there, whether it's the FBI, whether it's the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and then it kind of, it all kind of, unravels from there with the reports that would follow up then about this with.
And this half of this case at the moment is just monitoring this kind of squabble between agencies. Oh, who's in charge? I don't know.
Holding of evidence or withholding of information. Clearly, there's just friction. Do you think that this is, let me ask you this question. Do you think that this is just frustration boiling over because of how complex this investigation currently is?
I think there is frustration. And look, the FBI came in hot, and Kash Patel said, and there's a clip out there, not just a clip, there's the whole interview. He said, listen, the FBI is in charge. Did you see that clip? That's pretty tough to go in and make those types of assertions when really the Pima County has the legal authority there. So I can see how, again, the top brass and the people at the very top are having, their issues sorting this out. But at the end of the day, I think the boots on the ground people are doing their job.
Who should be in charge, Jennifer? You might be a little bit biased, being formerly of the FBI, of course, but at the same time, this is always an interesting point of conversation. Should it be the local sheriff's department that knows that area well and perhaps better than any other law enforcement agency, or should it be the FBI and all the resources and all the tools that they have at their disposal?
Well, and we had this conversation with Idaho when they had 60 agents. Now you have 100 agents. So clearly the FBI is in charge as to the movements of those agents. What they're doing on a day-to-day basis. All of that the FBI is running. And actually, the sheriff specifically said when it comes to those ransom notes, ask the FBI, they're in charge. So he sort of, delegated that or said the FBI is in charge of all of that.
Well, that was better than him saying that he doesn't have a fucking clue. Yeah, just give the responsibility to the FBI. Anything he doesn't know, it's like, no, I'll speak to the FBI. Yeah, but if he gets a good lead, he'll be, my Pima County Sheriff's Department have just cracked the case.
What I wonder, though, is if this is where the rub is. who is really in charge of the investigation related to the actual abduction, not the ransom note piece of it, but the actual abduction. And I think that's where the confusion is coming in and the frustration, as you put it.
Yeah. Where are we in this investigation, Jennifer, in your opinion? What's going on behind the scenes? I'm curious as to what it actually looks like right now and where the priorities are and what the strategy currently looks like.
Well, when you look at the reward going from $50,000 to $100,000, that tells me a lot as an FBI agent, because typically when you know exactly where the investigation is going, when you have persons of interest you're looking at, when you have the answers, you're not asking for answers. And by putting out $100,000, you are literally asking for the public's help. And so that concerns me. It concerns me as to what they really know.
Yeah. Now, as far as are they're clearly, I mean, look, increasing the reward, increasing the call for tips, increasing the call for surveillance video. There's also been a lot made as to whether or not there's going to be accessible traffic camera video from around the area and what they actually have at their disposal from a vehicular standpoint. Just how much is this investigation right now relying on the public and relying on tips and relying on just the hope, really the hope that someone will come forward with something that will help break the case?
It's very reliant on the public right now. And this is going to be a moment like in Gabby Petito where the Bethunes, where you just...
That's what I thought of. Yep.
That the van, is recognized by somebody that didn't know anything about the case. They don't watch true crime. They don't watch the news. And then it blips up on their screen. That's why it's critical that you and so many other platforms are getting this information out there. That video needs to be shown over and over and over again, because I guarantee you that somebody knows just how this man walks, how he looks, those eyebrows, the lips, the choice of shopping at Walmart for backpacks, things like that. It's going to stick out to them, and they know.
Yeah. So he was a hick.
And that's what the FBI is looking for.
I'd like to bring in my team here, Josh Scott and Garrett Phillips. Jennifer, I don't know if you have met Josh or Garrett here as far as our operation in the Stream Center yet. But guys, do you have a question for Jennifer, something that comes to mind while we have her on stream?
Yeah, one of the most compelling parts of this case thus far has been this footage that has gone viral now that we've seen over the last few days. Coming from the FBI in your background, what are the key things that agents are looking for in a video like this? Is there a specific thing that we can take away? We know that this individual is covered well. And so is there we've got a lot of questions about the eyes, right? Are they able to hone in on a certain piece, or is that part of the reason that it is public, is because there's really not much we can take away from this yet?
Well, there's a lot to take away from this. One of them, to me, that stuck out is his casualness, the way he saunters up to that porch like he doesn't have a care in the world. He's not worried about getting caught. This is a very comfortable person at this location. Second of all, that holster is very unique. They are working on identifying that holster specifically so they can figure out who might have purchased it, just like they did with the backpack. We pointed out the backpack was very unique. They've already identified that. That mask is also very unique. Those gloves are unique. There's just a lot of very unique items.
Absolutely. You talk about the casualness that is there. In your opinion, is this someone that you think has experience doing something like this? Is this a high-ranking amateur, as we heard the president answer in an interview or when questioned about this? What is your takeaway from seeing this footage?
My takeaway is an amateur.
Okay.
My takeaway is somebody that either is doing this for money that they receive from somebody, and they need money and they know that individual. And so they said, sure, I'll take this job and abduct this 84-year-old woman. But no, this is nobody with military police background, in my opinion.
What makes you say that, Jennifer? What clues, what do you see in the video where you say, all right, this isn't a pro?
A couple of things. First of all, I look at the holster. No
Right.
one with training is going to have a holster. There's no thumb break. This is somebody who wants to quickly be able to get that out and to...
What if he was trained to look like he had no training? The CIA would know all about that, right? We want to make you look like a fucking idiot. So instead of wearing a gun in a good way, we're going to give you a gun hammock that you're going to wear around your dick. This guy had no training. No, I think he had extra training. And he was trained to look like he had none.
To, I think, manipulate Nancy in this situation, and so they wanted it very accessible. Secondarily, just the whole makeup of the items he chose to wear. You can still see those eyebrows. You can still see the facial hair above his lip. It didn't conceal him enough. He didn't come there prepared to cover the camera. He starts out with his hand. And
what if it was a fake mustache that he purposely showed? Right? It's like a double bluff. I mean, I was listening to a case the other day where this guy ran up and killed his girlfriend by stabbing her 18 times and then shooting her in the face. Or no, I think it's the other way around. And he covered himself in brown makeup to look black, thinking that they were, we're looking for a black guy. Meanwhile, he's in the gas station bathroom scrubbing his face.
And they, this isn't enough. I think I need to grab some shrubbery, and puts it up there. This is not a professional, in my opinion.
All right, let's take some comments here, and we're gonna exclusively focus on just the VIP while we have Jennifer on stream. We'll get to the YouTube chat, the TikTok chat, the Facebook chat, in a little bit. But right now, if you want to submit a question, it's on heyjb.live. Again, no paywall, no sign up required. There's no gotcha moment. You literally just hop over there. You can punch.
There's no gotcha moment, okay? It's gonna say add your credit card, but we won't charge until week 3, and then it's $89.99 every Monday.
In your comment, and then you can come right back here to the live stream. I stake my reputation on that. We're not trying. It's just for interactivity. So let's go to. Let's see here. This comment comes in from Beaky. We'll go to Beaky's comment here saying, I think Pima County have messed up this whole investigation. The FBI needs to be informed of everything. What do you make of this comment, Jennifer?
Well, I certainly agree with her. There's no way to run an investigation unless the people that have the resources and the expertise have the knowledge of the facts that exist. So definitely they have to be working hand in hand. I would like to think that they actually are working hand in hand. But again, some of this reporting certainly has us concerned.
Okay, let's go to this comment from Kathy saying, I believe the sheriff is holding back evidence from the FBI. He actually needs to step back and let the FBI do what they do best. We are already 2 weeks out from Nancy being kidnapped. We need to find her. I'll jump off of this, Jennifer, and ask you about...
Do people really care that much? Do I care? No, not really. It's not more than anybody else. It's like, okay, if she's kidnapped and been murdered, that's awful, obviously. I'm not happy about it, but I'm not broken up about it. It's not going to change my life.
There was the video that surfaced, I believe, of showing the sheriff at a basketball game as well. In the midst of all this, we had a guest on this morning on our morning newscast who made note of that as well to us, and believing that that was a bit peculiar, a bit bizarre. What do you make of that?
Well, I posted that on my X as well. I just said I've never seen anything like that. I mean, he's supposed to be in charge of the investigation, and he's, going to a basketball game. Look, definitely law enforcement needs to have things that they do to kind of decompress from days, but this isn't the time. And I can tell you that is extremely unusual. I can't think of one case where the individuals that were involved, and certainly the individuals who were in charge, did anything but eat, sleep, and breathe the case they were on until it was solved.
Okay, let's see. Now, Emily wants to know, again, submitting a VIP comment on heyjb.live. This is exclusively where we're getting our comments from at the moment. Do we know why they haven't cleared the family members? You know what, Jennifer? I'll toss that over to you.
You know, it's a great question. A couple of things. They've cleared the Uber driver.
Mm-hmm.
They specifically spoke to that. I believe the Carlos down south has been cleared. And of course, that person in the alley, which was totally unrelated, has been cleared. But who they have not cleared are the family members. And that's because, first of all, I don't think they're going to do that until they know unequivocally that they are not involved. And I just don't think they're there yet.
Okay. Garrett, we had talked about this before the stream began, the history between the Sheriff Nanos, is how I believe you pronounce his name, correct, Sheriff Nanos?
Yes.
And the FBI. We have a comment in here specifically about that. I want to bring that up, saying that, here it is, from Rebecca, a VIP comment saying Sheriff doesn't like the FBI because a while back the Sheriff was investigated by the FBI.
Sheriff's Department.
Right. No, department, right, not depth. The Sheriff's Department was investigated by the FBI. What was that report? I believe that we had something up on that as well.
Yes, let me see if I can find the exact report here. But there was a report that there was an investigation to, I believe, funding for the department here, and I'll find it for one moment.
Yeah, Jennifer, do you have any, while he's bringing it up, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it. Basically, I believe there was about $500,000 of misappropriated funds from, I believe, 2011. I'm going on my memory to 2016. And certainly Nanos and others were named as possibly being responsible, but ultimately Nanos was cleared. I believe another person was actually charged in that, but it was a misappropriation of funds. And the Bureau was crawling all over that case, and Nanos was not happy. But it was a long time ago.
Yeah. So another question about Sheriff Nanos here as well. Yes, about the funding itself.
It should be noted too, I believe, if I remember correctly, there has been a report of Nanos coming out and saying that is kind of a bogus report, that there is not something that is affecting his decision making or the decision making of the sheriff's office at the time when it comes to those reports of the withholding of information. And obviously that's what you're going. I mean, no one would come out and say one way or the other.
Right, that's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah.
He has a quote.
I'm not muted. There's nothing coming up. We need another video because these guys are rubbish. What do people say? What was it? MSNBC. MSNBC. Guthrie. Nancy. I mean, what should we do? Watching these idiots, is that helpful to anyone? I don't know. I don't think so. Do we really care anymore? They found some gloves, 3 gloves. The guy looks like a fucking idiot with a rose bush. They're going around and looking at any video of a guy near a door with a bag. With eyes. He had eyes, a bag, and he was next to a door. Got a lot of infighting going on with the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department. Good. A sheriff with an ego the size. Oh, well, it's the beginning of the year. People spend a lot at Christmas. Did you do well at Christmas? With the sales? Oh, okay. Well, maybe next year, huh? This year? In December? With the right marketing, you never know. What about the book? Any good reviews, Amazon? That you're self-publishing and printing? The house full of your own book that won't sell? How's that going? Okay. Well, maybe if you put it on a Kindle. Yeah? People like Kindle. Meanwhile, Savannah's deciding whether to test drive the Lamborghini Aventis. What is it called? Something like that. Or the Ferrari F340. Yeah, no, it's difficult. I just don't know whether I should test drive the Ferrari F340 or the Maserati Quattroporta. Both dealerships test drive only on the same day. It's tough. Yeah. How's the book? Yeah, so it was definitely the family. There is no ransom. All these ransom notes are fake, right? So what are the options? What are the options? Let's just take a moment. Take a moment. No hope left. It's getting pretty boring. It is, isn't it? This masked man. I mean, okay, so burglary gone wrong. Let me just write this down. Burglary with a G. Burglary gone wrong. That's no good. Because he's coming in there with a backpack full of stuff. I mean, if he wanted to I mean, he could have had a sheet in the bag, right? Lay down a sheet, cut off her head. What else could be in the bag? Gloves? He had a bag full of gloves and dropped 3 of them when he was making his escape. So yeah, the burglary gone wrong, that doesn't work at all. Why would you break in when they're in? She's just been out for the whole day. I mean, no. So the motivation was Nancy. Why? Why would you kidnap an 84-year-old woman of a famous celebrity? For money? Well, if it were money, then it's better to kidnap someone with a lower profile than a Guthrie, right? The amount of attention that this case has had, the ridiculous recycling of nothing media on and over again, is specifically because it's Savannah Guthrie's mother. There's no doubt about that. This happens all the time. People kidnapping old ladies. I don't know about old ladies, but certainly kidnappings. So the motivation is not just because of money. If it were just because of money, there's easier targets that wouldn't create this kind of publicity. And so if it's a kidnapping that's motivated for something other than money, what is that? That could be a stalker of Savannah Guthrie that wanted anything of hers and thought, well, I'll take her mom. What a strange thing to do. And then the only other option would be the family. Evil Annie. And Crazy Rolo. Crazy Rolo. Get even with the sister. Get rid of the old bag. And maybe get some money out of it as well. You're not smiling on the Today Show anymore, are you, Savannah? With those perfect teeth. So, aside from that, everything about this case is bullshit. It's either the family or some stalker of Savannah, right? I mean, that's not. There's no other option. It's not a burglary gone wrong. And the only other option is just someone who was collecting old people. Some Mexican who just wanted to collect all the old people he could. And do what with them? We don't know. We don't know. But again, why such a high profile? That everybody in that neighborhood is that old or more. Right? You could take your pick. I mean, if you were collecting old people, Arizona would be the place to go, wouldn't it? But aside from that, why don't we have a look at something different? I wanted to have a look at Diana Lovejoy is a woman who's in prison for murder, well, attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder of her ex-husband. But before she did that, she made these fantastic videos about how to cook, right? And I wanted to show one of those to you right now. Guess we might do a video on this soon. So, to the kitchen. Ready the ingredients, assemble the dish, stir fry, taste, and adjust. Snappy. So that spells out craft. Are you okay, Soap? What is happening, Soap? Could you give me a moment? And then I'll give you a treat. To get Soap treats, go to buymeacoffee.com/SoapDogMetrics. Isn't it, Soap? She's got this great music on here as well, this sort of motivational. Doesn't it make you want to get into the fucking kitchen and craft? To the kitchen, ready the ingredients, assemble the dish, stir fry, taste, and adjust. It's catchy. Those graphics too, with the kind of shadow, like a sort of it's like white text, purple shadow, and then the vertical word in red there. That's it's beautiful. Great font too.
I'm Diana Lovejoy, and quick meals are my specialty. I know that you don't have all day. We've got mouths to feed. Welcome to my kitchen, where I really like to cook, but I'm often short on time, so speed is the hook. I'll show you how to make a meal in almost no time flat. Takes less than half an hour, and you'll have it down pat. The recipe's from Kraft, who makes fantastic tasty stuff that's partially prepared, so dinner's not too tough. So first, get out some angel hair and get ready to go. Just cook per the instructions, 6 minutes or so. You need 2 cups of broccoli, 8 ounces angel hair. Don't cook the pasta all the way. Now here's some cooking flair. Just before the pasta's done, add the broccoli to the pot.
So, I mean, I guess she must have been watching TV one day and seen Jamie Oliver cooking something or something like that with his 30-minute meals. And thought, hey, you know what? I could do this. All I need is some kind of snappy, awkward poetry to go along with my methods, and then I'll teach the world to cook quickly. What are we going to call this method? How about craft?
Enough to cook al dente. 2 minutes, and it's hot.
Love the way she says al dente as well. It's so authentically Italian.
Just before the pasta's done, add the
And that's how you can tell she's a great chef, because she's got the lingo.
broccoli to the pot. Enough to cook al dente. 2 minutes, and it's hot.
Al dente.
Drain the pasta and cover it so it doesn't stick or dry. Then oil a non-stick skillet and heat on medium high. My trick is fresh garlic pressed and ginger thinly sliced, sauteed with oil for a minute. Doesn't that smell nice? If you'd like a variation and you're in the mood, just replace the chicken breast with some cooked seafood. Add 16 ounces frozen shrimp and stir fry.
And what is she fucking cooking here? She's cooking frozen shrimp and pre-made packet pasta. Okay? Both of those things you just put in a hot pan. That's all there is to it. But she's telling us how many minutes to leave it in there, so that's helpful.
Till it's hot. Since this shrimp is fully cooked, it doesn't take a lot. Add half a cup Kraft dressing, Asian sesame that's toasted, 2 tablespoons of soy, and a dash of chili pepper roasted. I like to add bell pepper for some color and some zap. Stir fry for 1 minute. Almost done. A snap.
Uh-huh. Almost done. A snap. Hey, what is this? Why is it written as if it's a children's book? And a really shit one.
Add the stir fry to the pasta. Add planter's nuts. Then dish the whole thing onto several plates. Voila, your dinner wish.
And that's the plate of food, okay? The shrimp's not even cooked. And they're gonna be like fucking bullets because they're frozen shit. Yeah, okay. Thanks. So how's prison? Annoyed anyone yet? Wow. What about Bruce? Should we have a look at Bruce? Now, Diana Lovejoy. Diana Lovejoy is this lady. The lady who collapsed. When they're reading her verdict, she does this. Uh-huh. Oh, you motherfucker.
Paren 1 as charged in count 1. We further find true the allegations that Diana Jean Lovejoy was vicariously armed with a firearm within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022, Paren A, Paren 1, dated 11/13/17, signed foreperson. Same title, same cause. Verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Diana Jean Lovejoy, guilty of the crime of attempted murder of Greg Mulvihill in violation of Penal Code Section 664/187, Paren A, Paren 1, as charged on count 2. We further find true the allegation that Diana...
Do you think it's sinking in? Imagine having your guilty verdict read out for murder or attempted murder. Yeah, we're going to give you 26 years to life, so... you know, maybe when you're She looks pretty young, actually. She looks a little too young for those clothes, don't you think? Don't you think those are like, what is that style? Déshabillé?
Jean Lovejoy acted willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation within the meaning of penal.
Looks at the lawyer like, do something.
Code Section 189. We further find true the allegation that Diana Jean Lovejoy was vicariously armed with a firearm within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022, (a) 1, dated 11/13/17, signed foreperson. In the Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of San Diego, the people of the State of California, Plaintiff versus Weldon K. McDavid, defendant. Case number SCN 363925, DA number OCD 980. Verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Weldon K. McDavid, guilty of the crime of conspiracy to commit murder.
All right, we're going to need to take a break. You're down. And if we could have, the jury go back into
What a strange job that guy has there, right? I mean, you can tell he had some feeling about it, but it's just a real tense moment. This woman's just being told that she's going to sit for a minimum of 26 years in the concrete shitbox next to a toilet with no seat. Maybe for the rest of her life. And she collapses, and his job is to make sure she doesn't bang her noggin.
To commit murder.
Hang on. All right, we're going to need to take a break. You're down. And if we could have, the jury go back into
Do you think she's realizing that her lasting legacy will only be the angel hair pasta recipe video with the song? I love to cook, but I'm short on time. We've got to watch it again in a second.
Okay, folks, Okay, at this point, we need to clear out the courtroom. Let's go.
Yeah, good idea. Who's that? What's that? Verdict announced in Mackenzie Sharilla case.
This trial is a culmination of decisions made by one person, the defendant. Those decisions have forever altered the futures of 3 families, and of you also, Mackenzie. And your decisions forever robbed Dominic and Davion of the futures that they had before them. If there is one thing that can be taken away from this case, as painful as it is this. Every decision we make is important. Every action we make is important. Regardless of whether the decision is a good one or a bad one, or the actions are good or not, the result is the same. The consequences ripple through time and affect many more people than one might think at the time of the decision.
And look at that pair right there. You could not get 2 human beings at complete polar opposites of the end of the scale, could you? This tiny little young girl and this mean old man with a big bald head and a mustache. But they're sitting in the same position, right? That's what ties us all together, isn't it? Sitting at desks. No matter who you are or where you come from, you have definitely sat at a desk.
In criminal cases, the state carries the greatest burden under our law, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As I previously stated, I considered all the evidence presented, and at this point I would like to comment specifically.
Well, what did you miss, Jill Jade? We went a little random because we're so bored of Guthrie. I don't even care anymore. I don't even want to know what happens, really. I mean, you know, I don't care. And it freaks me out that people are moved by it, you know? Why? Imagine if that was your mother. Yeah. Yeah. I just really don't think it matters. Why does it matter? Because she's old? Or because she's a Guthrie? Or what? Why has she become the grandmother of the entire world? Why are people spending their entire lives looking at that video with the guy in the mask? I don't know. I really don't know. And it's not that I'm heartless. I've got a big heart. But I don't know. There's this clubhouse thing to it, isn't there? For what? And there's no news. There's no news about it anyway. Even if it were interesting, it doesn't exist.
Specifically on Exhibit 802, the crash video. This is the type of evidence you can never unsee. You can never forget the visual or audio of this exhibit. It is chilling and tragic. As you review that exhibit, you know that you are watching the oncoming deaths of 2.
What is this the one where she drove the car into a building at 110?
And there is nothing that will stop it. The video clearly shows the purpose and intent of the defendant. She chose a course of death and destruction that day. Exhibit 802 crystallizes the deadly decision-making of the defendant. She morphs from a responsible driver to literal hell on wheels as she makes her way down the street. Mackenzie alone made the decision to drive the car, to drive an obscure route, a route she visited a few days before, and a route not routinely taken by her. Mackenzie alone chose the time to make the drive, early in the morning, when any reasonable person would expect that few people would be nearby to witness it or offer life-saving assistance. She made these decisions despite knowing, as any reasonable person would, that her mission of death could have involved others, not even in the car with her, other people, other cars, pedestrians. She had a mission, and she executed it with precision. The mission was death. Mackenzie alone decided to push the pedal to the floor and demand the ultimate speed of that vehicle to 90 to 100 miles per hour. She alone decided what was to be. Mackenzie decided death was the ultimate goal that day, and she alone made that decision for Dominic and Davion, and she continuously acted in a manner to achieve her purpose. Whether or not she intended to also kill herself is a matter of speculation. They have no relevance to the weighing of the evidence in this case. The totality of the evidence clearly demonstrates that Mackenzie Shirilla acted purposely and intentionally in the early morning hours of July 31st, 2022, and her purpose was to kill Dominic Russo and Davion Flanagan. No reasonable fact finder could view the totality of this evidence in this case and come to any other conclusion. Her actions were controlled, methodical, deliberate, intentional, and purposeful. This was not reckless driving. Count 3, murder. The court, having had count 3 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant Mackenzie Shirilla guilty of murder to wit Dominic Russo in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02b as charged in count 3. Count 4, murder. The court, having had count 4 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant Mackenzie Shirilla guilty of murder to wit Dominic Russo in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02b as charged in count 4. Count 5, felonious assault. The court, having had count 5 tried to it pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant Mackenzie Shirilla guilty of felonious assault to wit Dominic Russo in violation
Over the past few days, I've been digging through whispers and old records, piecing together a story that may have been hiding in plain sight for decades. Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old matriarch whose sudden disappearance from her Tucson home has gripped the nation, wasn't only the devoted mother and grandmother everyone believed she was. For more than 30 years, she lived behind a flawless facade, so convincing that even her closest family members, including her famous daughter Savannah, never saw what lay beneath. Then, just days after she vanished, a mysterious package arrived at the Guthrie family doorstep, and everything changed. Nancy had always been the quiet force holding her family together. After her husband Charles died of a heart attack in 1989, she was left a widow at 47 with 3 teenagers to raise in Tucson, Arizona. Friends remember her as resilient and selfless, turning their modest ranch-style home into a place of stability. She worked part-time as a bookkeeper, volunteered at church, and raised Savannah, Annie, and Cam with faith and determination. To the outside world, she was the ultimate mother figure, the rock behind her daughter's public success. But even rocks have cracks. The first sign of something hidden came on February 6th, 2026, 5 days after Nancy disappeared. An unmarked envelope arrived at Savannah's New York apartment. Inside was a faded photograph of a much younger Nancy standing beside an unfamiliar man outside a small cafe in Santa Fe. On the back, in unfamiliar handwriting, she deserved more than secrets. Ask about Elena. During a frantic video call that night, the siblings stared at the photo in shock. None of them knew the man. None of them knew an Elena. But the picture was dated 1992, 3 years after their father's death. And it would unlock a hidden chapter of Nancy's life. It turns out Nancy had been living a parallel existence since the early 1990s. It began in 1991 during a rare solo trip to Santa Fe for a church retreat. Still grieving, she met Victor Ramirez, a widowed artist and gallery owner from Mexico City. He was everything her late husband hadn't been: artistic, passionate and free-spirited. Their connection grew from shared loss into something deeper. Back in Tucson, Nancy resumed life as a devoted mother, but quietly began traveling to Santa Fe every few months, telling her children she was attending retreats. In reality, she was building a second life with Victor. He gave her a new name, Elena, inspired by a character in a novel they loved, a symbol of the hidden side of her personality. Under that alias, Nancy helped run Victor's gallery and even displayed a few of her own paintings. By the mid-1990s, her double life had deepened. She opened a small account in Santa Fe under the name Elena Ramirez and contributed modest amounts from her bookkeeping income to support the gallery. It wasn't much, but it tied her to this alternate world. In Santa Fe, Elena lived differently. Surrounded by artists and late-night conversations, laughter, and freedom, she became adventurous and expressive, exploring parts of herself she had long suppressed. Meanwhile, in Tucson, Nancy remained the dependable mother and grandmother everyone trusted. For decades, the two identities coexisted without crossing, until now, when her disappearance and that single photograph forced the truth into the light, raising a question that explains everything and nothing at all. The secrecy weighed on Nancy, but she justified it. Her children were thriving. Savannah landing her first TV job, Annie in college, Cam finding his path. Telling them about Victor would shatter the image of the loyal widow honoring their father, so she compartmentalized. Weekends in Santa Fe became her escape, her oxygen. She'd drive 8 hours each way, telling family she needed time to clear her head or visit cousins. Victor understood the limits and never demanded more. They exchanged handwritten letters to avoid digital trails, which Nancy hid in a locked box beneath her bed in Tucson. By the early 2000s, as her children built their own lives, Nancy gained more freedom. She spent longer stretches in Santa Fe, sometimes a week at a time, claiming solo health retreats. Behind the scenes, she helped Victor's gallery thrive, managing books, organizing events, even curating shows under the name Elena. Locals knew her only as Victor's quiet partner with a sharp eye for Southwestern art. No one linked her to Tucson. Different clothes, different hair, different life. But in the 2000s, cracks began to show. Chronic pain and heart issues required medication she sometimes forgot on trips. Victor urged her to tell her family. She refused. They see me as their rock. Rocks don't have secrets. Instead, she tightened the deception. Burner phones, cash payments, fewer traces. When Savannah's career exploded in 2012, Nancy felt proud but also afraid of scrutiny. The pressure of two lives brought anxiety she hid behind faith and routine. Victor wanted a full life together. Nancy couldn't abandon her grandchildren or the world she'd built. They argued, reconciled, and carried on. During the 2020 pandemic, travel stopped, and they relied on secret video calls through hidden apps. The distance deepened her guilt. When travel resumed, she visited less, citing health, but really fearing discovery as Savannah's fame grew. Then, on January 31st, 2026, Nancy vanished. She was last seen after a family dinner, the garage door closing around 9:50 p.m. By 2 a.m., her pacemaker went silent. There were drops of blood inside and outside the home, but no forced entry, no robbery. At first, the family feared foul play tied to Savannah's public profile. Everything shifted on February 6th when the envelope arrived with the 1992 photo and the message, "Ask about Elena." Investigators traced the postmark to Santa Fe. A search revealed Victor Ramirez, now 80, still running his gallery. When agents knocked on his door on February the 7th, he broke down and confirmed the decades-long relationship, Nancy's alias, their hidden life. He told them she had visited from January 15th to 20th and seemed uneasy, saying she felt watched. Strange calls, even a car following her in Tucson. Victor begged her to tell her family the truth. She refused. "They see me as simple Nancy. Elena is mine." He handed over letters, photos, and a small painting she'd made titled Hidden Horizons. Investigators now believe her disappearance may be tied to this double life. Perhaps someone discovered her secret, or she was being blackmailed, or someone from her Santa Fe world targeted her. The family was left reeling. During an emotional call, the siblings faced the truth. Their mother had lived another life for decades. "She was still our mom," Savannah said through tears. "But why hide this?" Annie whispered. Cam stared at the photo, wondering who she really was. They began connecting the dots, the retreats, the absences, the locked box under her bed, now missing from the crime scene. According to Victor, that box held their letters. If someone took it, they may have taken her secrets too. As whispers spread, even industry friends reacted with shock. Savannah, they said, wasn't just grieving her mother. She was grieving the version of her she thought she knew. Online, speculation exploded. A secret lover, a hidden past, possible jealousy or blackmail. But at its core, Nancy's double life may have been something simpler, an escape from the loneliness of widowhood, a chance for a few stolen days at a time to live as Elena, free, passionate, and unburdened. For 30 years, she balanced two worlds, Tucson's Nancy, devoted mother, and Santa Fe's Elena, the artist's muse. Her disappearance shattered both. As the investigation moves into day 10, tips are pouring in. Victor is cooperating, heartbroken, saying she deserved happiness without hiding. The family holds on to hope, but questions linger. Did her secret life put her in danger, or was she trying to escape it? After the envelopes surfaced, the siblings faced the truth during a tense February 8th video call. The photo, the message, and ask about Elena left them stunned. Savannah pushed for answers as the FBI traced the lead to Santa Fe and Victor's gallery. Now the center of the investigation, agents uncovered records showing Elena Ramirez listed as a silent partner since the mid-1990s. Victor handed over decades of letters and photos describing Nancy as torn between duty in Tucson and freedom in Santa Fe. Some letters revealed how carefully she maintained both lives, even obtaining an ID under her alias and a studio space at the gallery where she painted under pseudonyms. But cracks grew in later years. Health issues, anxiety, and fear of exposure intensified, especially as Savannah's fame rose. By early 2026, Nancy told Victor she felt watched, strange calls, a car following her. Investigators now think those fears may have been real. Financial records revealed a suspicious $5,000 transfer in late 2025 to an unknown account in Mexico, raising the possibility of blackmail. The missing lockbox from her bedroom, believed to contain letters and photos, may have been the intruder's target. When the FBI shared Victor's full statement, the family was shaken. They began connecting decades of unexplained absences and retreats to the life she'd kept hidden. Public reaction has been intense. Online theories range from jealousy to blackmail to someone from her Santa Fe circle discovering the truth. The family issued a brief statement asking for privacy while focusing on bringing Nancy home. Meanwhile, Victor closed his gallery temporarily as it became a focal point for reporters and curious locals who knew Elena as kind and creative. Now investigators are tracing financial leads, interviewing Santa Fe contacts, and re-examining sightings near her Tucson home. Nancy's double life, once a private escape from widowhood, may hold the key to her disappearance. For decades, she carried both identities in silence. Now, with blood at the scene and no sign of robbery, the case feels personal. Was this blackmail, betrayal, or someone who knew her secret too well? Nancy's story isn't over, and the truth behind her two lives may be the only way to find her.
Well, that was fucking boring, wasn't it? Jesus Christ. Anything read to me in AI, I cannot listen to. I just don't even know what they're saying. Let's have a look at one of these tarot experts. What are they doing? I've worked with playing cards for 30 years.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Passionate Perseverance Tarot. Thank you so much for joining in today. I'm jumping right into this energy. I felt very strong when I sat down at my table. I was trying to sit with the energy to see what message wanted to come through. Right away, I felt pulled into continuing our efforts to search for Nancy Guthrie. I have her coming out as this Empress energy here, the missing vulnerable adult who is currently still missing at this time from Tucson, Arizona. The time that it is for...
So is Nancy the cat? That's the
coming
cat
out as this
there,
Empress.
The Empress. Oh, I get it. It's a cat version of Rider-Waite Tarot. Cool. That does actually sound kind of fun. And I hate cats. Well, that one looks funny.
Energy here, the missing vulnerable adult who is currently still missing at this time from Tucson, Arizona. The time that it is for me, it's Friday, February 13th, and it is 9:03 a.m. 9:03 a.m. Friday, February 13th, 2026. Okay. Now, her energy is pulling me in to possible location. I had her come out as the Empress. I was pulled into this cat deck specifically, and I'm like, why am I pulled into the cat deck? I'm like, I know she had...
Oh, fucking hell. She's got how many decks of tarot cards there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, that's just going to make a mess and get confusing.
A dog at one point. I don't know if she liked cats, but I felt really pulled into the cat deck for a reason. And then when I was pulling cards from, you could see the cat here, from this deck, I was pulling some cards, and the Tower came out with the sun underneath, So what I feel pulled in...
Come on, there's got to be something interesting about this case, isn't there? This will solve the case. And oh, this guy says that he is an expert, so that's good. Did AI just crack the Nancy Guthrie case? AI. We're changing the name of the FBI to the FBAI.
With the help of AI, the internet has just been absolutely blazing on this case. If you missed my video earlier, brand new suspect, video footage. Right now, what you're about to see is another brand new piece of video footage that FBI Director Kash Patel just released moments ago. My earlier video will be in the pinned comment and in the show notes and description down below. If you missed it, I go in great detail on the photos and stuff, but I have a theory, y'all.
Oh, I loved that the other day, Celia, when somebody was saying, listen, one time I was looking at this guy's hands and I recognized him from when we were at camp together when we were 10. And then I walked into a place and I was making coffee. And the way I was making the coffee, someone came in and they started making coffee. And I said, are you making coffee the same way as me? Because I recognize the way you make coffee. The way I make coffee now is based on the way I once saw you make coffee. Bridgeport, Connecticut, 1971.
And I'm not going to make any allegations. I'm not saying it's factual. In full transparency, I always do my due diligence. I always do qualitative and quantitative research. And this is just my own.
So he does research that is quantity, quality, and quantitative. He's a Q tripper.
Own theory based on everything, especially this video and what I'm going to share with you.
People have been going on about the archway. Well, anybody who thinks the archway is decent, have a look at the paving tile, block tile, paving block tile. The grouting, it's ridiculous. It doesn't look so bad there because we're zoomed out. But that stuff, there's like inch 1.25 inch spaces between each floor tile. It is so awful and cheap.
It's hard to even breathe right now. This is insanity, but I think this is really close. So check this out. Here is brand new eerie footage of the suspect walking up. I want you to notice the gait there. When I say gait, the way they're walking, they're slouched, head down, demeanor, posture. Now, one thing that is...
It is spooky. I mean, seriously, how long do you think it's going to be before we get TikTok impressions and then everyone's going to want to do one? That idea was created here on Metrics. I'm not going to create one, but others will. I don't have an archway. If you want to support the channel and help us get an archway, head to buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics or PayPal. Links in the description.
Absolutely tantamount to this case is the fact that the last person who was known to see Nancy Guthrie alive was the son-in-law, Tommaso. It was earlier reported that Nancy was supposed to be going to some kind of church, right? That she was scheduled to attend an in-person church service. But what really happened is that Nancy regularly gathered with a small group of friends to watch a New York-based church service via live stream ever since, 2020 and the pandemic. The group would meet at one of the friends' homes and watch the service live from...
Oh, that sounds fucking boring, doesn't it? Jesus. You're going to gather around and watch a church service on a live stream from New York. I mean, it's a job going in person.
From Savannah Guthrie's church in New York. So she did not arrive at her friend's house as expected to watch that live stream.
Oh,
and that's when the
friend's church in New York. Right. So she's like super religious, is she? Savannah Guthrie.
Contacted Annie, Nancy's daughter, and Savannah Guthrie's sister to report that Nancy had not shown up.
I just found out today that my dog is quite heavily religious. Just never came up. She's actually talking of converting to Islam. I don't know what that'll do to next Christmas. Will we be celebrating Christmas or Ramadan?
Up. The source emphasized that Nancy was expected to be at her friend's home that morning, not at a Tucson church, and said the circumstances surrounding her absence have been inaccurately described in some coverage. Okay. AI and the internet have been doing some number trying to find out who this masked, curated eyebrow, thick eyelash individual was. At first, in my earlier video, I thought maybe it was a woman. Now I'm kind of second guessing that after doing some new digging and research. And I want you to notice something about this photo right here, the way this dude is standing and their gait, and why Tommaso is now somebody who really, really rings true as someone who could be in that mask right there. Could be that person, that individual that the Nest camera caught that FBI Patel released. So you'll notice this close-up right here. There's facial hair in the mask. You can see in the middle bottom of your screen, indicating that this individual had a pretty good amount of facial hair, whether a mustache, beard, or both. There's a quick kind of side-by-side of Tommaso, the son-in-law, and the masked suspect right there. Okay, this is where AI has come in right here.
That's what AI has done, is it? Yeah. Oh, good. Good. How much did we have to pay for that? Because if it was more than $5, someone's in trouble.
Here, what you see on the screen right here is AI putting a mask on Dominic Aaron Lee Evans. Dominic Aaron Lee Evans is a longtime friend and former bandmate of Tommaso Cioni, Annie Guthrie's husband.
Cioni, thank you. You got a good pronunciation there. Johnny.
Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law. That is very eerily similar, because if you look at the facial hair on the chin there, you look at the eyes and the eyebrows, that is eerie, extremely eerie, because, you know, if you see this image right here of the suspect in the video that was released and this Evans character, you start to notice some very eerie similarities. Also, this photo that I put on the thumbnail. So we asked Grok AI to take the mask off, and that is what AI come up with. And it is really, really accurate as far as what the individual may look like. Again, AI technology is so advanced now. It's absolutely out of this world. It's doing all sorts of things in many, many different.
Is anybody impressed by that? That's what it's come up with? Oh, great. So it'll be easy to find then. And, you know, based on the assumptions of a computer. Good.
Different fields and many, many different industries. I have an AI assistant that helps me with my work and research. I mean, this is a really powerful side by side. I can't wait to get your comments on this, but let's get back to Evans. So Dominic is a Tucson musician and founding drummer of the indie post-punk band Early Black, formed in 2007 with, guess who? Tommaso, the son-in-law, who's on bass, who played bass and vocals, and another individual by the name of Walter Goncalves Jr., who played guitar and did vocals. The band was active for years, and sources say Dominic and Tommaso remain good friends to.
It's Gonsalves. Not Goncalves.
This day. Now check this insane evidence out. Public records in Pima County, Tucson show Dominic has a criminal history, including arrests for felony, burglary, robbery, embezzlement, and DUI. Now with the new Nest doorbell photo showing a masked intruder who many say bears a striking resemblance to Dominic, if you look at the eyes, eyebrows, and goatee in that previous image I just showed you, and his close friendship.
We got to cut him short and go to the breaking news. We got to go. There's a load of breaking news. There's SWAT team activity in 2 locations in Arizona and Tucson, and 2 suspects being questioned. Oh.
Let's go see.
You got a cactus in your front lawn.
What the hell is that? What's that noise? It's making people move up.
This is live.
You want to get out?
Right now.
Sure.
Right now.
All right. Dude, the whole neighborhood's filled with people. I'm going to.
And it's raining.
Turn around a minute. Dude, the whole neighborhood's filled up.
Enjoying the weather. I mean, let's watch where we're going. That's what's up. It was a long drive from Marana.
All right, I'm getting out of this fray. This is crazy. I'm going to go up here and park. Get away from this. I'm going to park right here. It's better here. All right, let's go investigate. Let's go see what's going on. Tripod time. Looking everything in.
Let's sit and go. What's going on? Let me try and think of something interesting to say. Here's another cactus. yeah. No, we got a cactus out here. Rocks. Some of them big rocks and some of them little tiny rocks.
All right, let's go see.
We saw a bird earlier flying around. That was up high up.
All right.
And we looked low down and we saw a...
They got massive people out here.
A lizard.
Literally.
Literally, everything is literal. This is literally the biggest case. Literally, so many media are literally doing their job. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna park here on the side of a road. A couple of bushes. Yeah, down there we got some headlights. Okay. Yeah, more headlights. Whoa. I mean, it could be a regular car, or it could be a SWAT team car. Cactus.
We're just getting out of that car. Get back in. Far away. I don't want any cars parked here. Thank you. This is an exit. I need the space. I need you to move. Thank you. Move away from me now.
There's the English accent.
So who was that guy, cop? Whoever's parked over there, move. Yeah, go fuck yourself. It's public road, buster.
We're just getting out of that car. Get back in. Far away. I don't want any cars parked here. Thank you. This is an exit. I need the space. I need you to move. Thank you. Move away from me now.
There's the English accent.
It was not an English accent. Yeah, another bit of road there, see? And over there we got a kind of purple light. But that's just what happens when you mix red and blue. Yeah. A few trees. Have those trees been cleared? Have those trees been...
All right, we're going to use this as a staging ground here.
With the voice of authority. We're going to use this... All right, team. We're going to use this as a staging ground here. Somebody's fucking driveway. We're media. Who was he even talking to? Yeah. Great link. Great.
All right, so we are on a thing called... A road called...
We're on a road. Thing. We're on a thing. A road thing. And there's a truck thing, and there's some, next to it, there's some little cone things. Yeah, news. Breaking.
This is crazy.
Breaking news!
I'm going to keep it here for a minute.
There you go. Yeah, keep it there for a minute.
Evaluate the
Fucking
situation.
PayPal link there for a minute. That's a great link, Christina. That's a great way. That's the best way. The preferred way. Method or way of supporting the best true crime show on the internet, True Crime Metrics. With the best guests. We've got all the best guests. We've got so many guests coming this year. So many wonderful guests. We love guests. We also love toast and serving toast to guests. Asking them how they want it done. You know. Rare. Medium rare. Or well done. Burnt. Burnt at the edges. Singed. Singed toast to guests.
They had the road blocked off.
All right, we've started a brand new goal at the top of the chat, guys, and I want you to take a minute. I want you to take a minute and think that for a moment, instead of Nancy Guthrie, I have been kidnapped and held for ransom, and you are the only one. You're the family, okay? Think of yourself as Savannah and Gunther and Annie. Take your pick, decide who you want to be, or be all three. But imagine, you're desperate to get your mother back. I am your mother. I'm being held. You don't know if I'm alive or dead. Support the channel with the goal at the top of the chat. And bring metrics home. Yeah. There's a cop. He's got a backpack. Fucking hell, stop him. Get AI to photograph that backpack and run it for tests. Yeah, can I help you, sir? You fucking... Look at this guy. I mean, have some pride. What the fuck? Why are you wearing a hot air balloon? Can you fly up over the Arizona desert in that? If we put hot air in your dungarees? I mean, what the fuck? What is going on? Is that a hipster? Is that what they do? Is that what they're doing now in Arizona? The hipsters. Yeah, you can't be a fucking cameraman for a news crew without having hot air balloon sized dungarees. Got it. Okay. And yellow jacket with blue denim? No. Hey, thank you, MC Hamster, for this. I'll be no upper lip Savannah. No, we're looking for someone with a very calm lip. a three-handed man with calm lips. Hi, can I help you, sir? Get the fuck out of my crime scene. Can I help you? I hate it when people say, can I help you? But you know what they really mean is, get the fuck off of my property. Look at that cop. Now he's going to pretend not to see the woman. It's an old cop, isn't he? With that hat on as well. Why is he wearing that hat? Oh, the rain. That's for the rain? I mean, should a cop should be able to put up with rain on his head, don't you think? Or wear a hat that doesn't look like you're about to go fishing. No, that's the wrong kind of hat. That's not standard police issue.
All right, we're gonna see what happens here.
That's really awkward, huh? I mean, why is the lady standing there and he's like ignoring the fact that she's there? Is she refusing to move or something? Article 4, free inhabitant. It's in the United States Book of Codes. Look it up. Look it up. Know your laws. Article 4, free inhabitant. I'm a sovereign citizen.
Anyone know a name? I just got here, man. I was too far away. I was in another spot.
Yeah, I think
And then I got this one. Everyone was misled or something. The only one person, it seems like Brian Anton was the only one that got it.
No way.
Anton got it. The location, well, we don't know the person's identity here. It appears that it's a mother and a son. So I have the number, address. I'm gonna look it up and see if I can find out who this could be.
So Savannah Guthrie, when she flies to Arizona from where she lives in New York, most of the time, I gather, does she go on a private plane? Or does she go on, Delta or, what are they called? Pan Am. No. Delta or American Airlines, United Air. Does she do that, or does she go on a private plane? Because she's got $50 million. I don't think you can. I don't think that's buy your own private plane money. I think that's probably, I don't know, at least 20, 30 million, maybe more.
Is that the address number? I don't. I just got it.
Ah, the network probably has a jet. Okay. Good, yeah. I saw Naomi Campbell once in first class. She was fucking tall.
Off the road.
Now this is the most boring cop ever, isn't he? Gone fishing. Off the road. Can I help you, sir? Oh, look. It's Wendy Adelson. I thought a tree fell down. You didn't see the road tape? The road block? I thought a tree fell down. Oh, electrical things. They would happen.
All right, folks, we're here live. 6215, Kamina D. Michael. 6215. 6215. Oh, resident lives there. Letting him in. Long night. It's gonna be a long night, folks. Come on in, JLR Investigates. 6215. 6215.
How long are you gonna go? How long are you gonna? ¿Por cuánto aquí? ¿Yo? Yeah. 5 minutes. 5 minutos acabo de llegar. Muy bien. ¿Y tú? 5 minutos. Sí. Hello? Hey, brother. Good, so they got the road blocked off. Hold on.
They got the road blocked off.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got that from the live stream. Show us the cactus again.
Can you hear me? Yeah, there you go. I lost it for a second. Yeah, so they got the road blocked off. It's just a single sheriff. I took a quick vid and a quick photo. I'm going to just retransfer to you. And then
Yeah, I guess we just sit and wait and see what happens. The news is that they already left here, though. Is that correct? Sheriff's truck. Yeah, I'm trying to get it to go. It's at 35%.
Right, well, there's been 2 people detained for questioning, apparently. Does anybody even have a semblance of hope that will lead to anything? Do you think the granny will be returned today, alive and well? Or do you think it's another false lead? I think it's another false lead.
Yeah,
I think that probably the most likely thing is that we will never find the assailant. We will never find Guthrie's body, Granny Guthrie. And this will all just never have any resolution. That's the most likely outcome here.
It's very bright. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. The police. All right.
Hey guys, I know you're doing your job, but if you don't mind, if you could just please not stand in the road. I appreciate it.
So what do you think about the earlier streams? I don't like it. We should be starting now. And the numbers, shit numbers. That's surprising. I thought the research indicated that 7 o'clock was a good time to start a stream. But apparently not. Maybe we should just start a brand new show on an interesting subject. Fuck this Guthrie shit, man. I support the channel on buymeacoffee.com. If you want to find Granny, find a cup of coffee first on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. How could the pacemaker disconnect? It went out of range. Or maybe he took out her beating heart from her chest. So has anybody got anything? Because I cannot look at the side of this fucking truck anymore. Fuck off. What is the deal with this shit? Who gives a fuck? Not me. I don't even want to know what happened anymore. I really don't give a fuck. We're not doing any more videos on this. Fuck it. They arrested another pair of cunts. Great. Fuck them too. So, Cactus. Which Cactus do you think looked most guilty? He had 3 hands, 3 cactus hands. Oh my god, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. So, next. We should just start a new show. New show on something good. Give me Wendy. Show me Wendy. Or Ashley MacArthur. I do want to have a look at Ashley MacArthur, actually. What have we got here? What have we got here? I saw this great one the other day of violence in the courtroom. Oh, God. Fucking Guthrie. Bring Grandma home. Get over Grandma. That should be the new tag. Blah 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 blah
What was the child custody schedule when you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markel continued to live in the marital home on Trescott?
He did.
Okay, what was the custody situation?
The pacemaker was connected to her cell phone woodpit, which was left in the house. So the thinking is that when Nancy left the house, her pacemaker inside her left the phone because it disconnected.
Situation with the kids?
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year it was slightly different.
So still 50-50, but not necessarily every other week. It was mixed up within the week.
It was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did develop a desire to move to South Florida. Did you file a motion to that effect on January 14th, 2013?
That sounds, I did file a motion. I don't remember the exact date.
Okay.
But that sounds about right.
All right. And in that motion, did you make some allegations that Mr. Markel was making things difficult for you at work?
I did.
Okay. And was that motion granted or denied?
That motion was denied.
All right. Denied with prejudice?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If you have it, I'm happy to take a look.
Okay. But in any event, you were not able to move at that time?
I did not move.
And were you upset about being stuck in Tallahassee?
I was relieved.
You were relieved. You wanted to stay in Tallahassee?
I was happy at my job.
Okay. Do you recall when your divorce to Mr. Markel became final?
The summer of 2013.
Okay. July 31st sound about right?
That sounds right.
Would you consider your divorce with Mr. Markel to be a nasty divorce?
I think most divorces aren't very pleasant.
Okay, but this one was like really unpleasant, right?
I found getting divorced to be unpleasant, yes.
And in the litigation that ensued between the two of you, you guys argued over things as small as a tennis racket, I noticed in one pleading.
I don't remember that.
Did he threaten to press kidnapping charges against you?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember that. No.
Did he threaten to go after your law license? Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember him saying you failed to disclose a bunch of assets in the divorce process?
I do remember that.
Okay, did you guys have any mediations as part of your divorce?
We did have mediations leading up to settlement.
2 8-hour mediations, correct?
I don't remember how long they were, but they seemed very long.
Yeah, and they both did not result in a resolution.
They did not.
All right, but you did reach a settlement, I think kind of just on the eve of a trial on the matter, correct?
That sounds right.
Do you remember this motion that was filed by your deceased ex-husband on March 26, 2014, involving, among other things, that had to do with your mother, an allegation that your mother was disparaging the children? I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Disparaging him to the children is what I meant to say. Are you familiar with that pleading?
I am familiar with that pleading.
All right, and in that pleading, did he allege that you were depriving him of physical access to the children?
I don't remember the specifics.
Do you recall whether he was complaining about you refusing to communicate with him about right of first refusal to the children during your time with them?
I know he was frustrated about the Skyping.
Lack of communication via Skype.
It's hard to Skype with 2 toddlers, yes.
All right, and in that motion, do you recall him being upset about an allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods?
I remember him being upset about that in general, but I don't remember whether it was in a motion or not.
What does that mean, non-kosher foods?
So kosher rules have to do with the separation of milk and meat, or dairy and meat. So non-kosher foods would be meat that hasn't been killed in a way that conforms with Jewish law, or the mixing of the two.
And is observing those types of eating habits something that's important to you?
It is not important to me.
And was it something that was important to Dan Markel?
It was important to Danny.
And it was important to him that the children observe that way of eating, correct?
It was.
And in that motion, did he seek to restrict your mother's contact with the kids to supervised visits only?
I don't remember, but if you'd like to show me the motion, I can take a look.
Okay, but you don't remember that portion?
No.
All right. Do you remember the allegation that your mother made statements to the children that Grandma hates you?
Overruled.
Grandma says you're stupid. Your father is trying to take my sunshines away. Anything like that? Do you recall?
No, but again, I'm happy to look at it if you'd like to show me.
I understand. Do you recall that Mr. Markel was seeking sanctions against you personally in that motion?
I don't remember that.
Do you know whether this would have been a motion that you would have shown to your mother? Would she have been aware of it?
I probably would have shown my mom the motion.
Is it fair to say that your parents are very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Is it fair to say that your brother is very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. What about Dan Markel? Did your family like him?
Do you want to specify a point in time?
Well, I'm specifically thinking of a statement you made in the interview after his death, where you indicated that your parents were very angry with him. Is that accurate?
At that point in time, during our divorce, I do think they were angry with him. They felt like he had treated me badly.
And the motion to preclude your mom from having unsupervised contact with your kids, that was still pending at the time of his murder, correct?
That's possible. I mean, I don't think anyone took that motion very seriously.
Okay. Did your mom take it seriously?
I don't think so.
Did Dan Markel take it seriously?
I don't know how Danny felt about a motion. If he wrote the motion, he was probably taking it seriously.
I want to approach with some emails. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 80?
Your Honor, could I see what the State's Exhibit motion? Your Honor, and I don't know if you want to do it now or I'm going to request a sidebar on this.
What's that?
I'm going to request a sidebar on this.
We'll let her identify first.
This is State's Exhibit 80. Just take a moment and flip through, make sure this is the exhibit you viewed previously.
I've been shown these exhibits.
Okay. And are these exhibits fair and accurate copies of emails between yourself and your mother, Donna Adelson?
They are.
Okay. And the email addresses on this exhibit, donnaharvey@gmail.com, whose address is that?
My parents have a joint email address.
Okay, but you were communicating with one of them in particular in these emails, right?
Whoever signed the email, but it could be from either or both of them.
Okay, either could have used it, but we can deduce from who signed it who this one was from?
That sounds right.
Okay, and WendyAdelson@gmail.com, is that you?
That is me.
All right, Judge, at this time I asked to move into evidence, State's Exhibit.
We'll go sidebar. Let me give a brief legal explanation to the jury. You've heard a number of hearsay objections about things that were said by Mr. Markle, things that are in these emails by another person who may not be testifying. Normally, we refer to those things as hearsay, and they're not allowed without the person actually testifying, but there are a whole bunch of exceptions to that. And one of the exceptions to that is when it's not being offered to prove that what's said is true, but simply to show that it has been said because there's some relevance to the fact that these statements were made. So I am not offering these statements to show they're true. These persons, I mean, obviously Mr. Markle can't be here for us to have cross-examination of him. We don't anticipate that the other Miss Adelson will be here as a witness. We can't test. The attorneys will not be able to test that to see whether that's true or not, but I am allowing it for limited purposes to show state of mind of these persons. So you may proceed, Ms. Kappelman.
Yes, Your Honor. I noticed in the emails that your mother referring to, who I think is Dan Markell, as Jibbers. What does that mean?
Jibbers was a nickname that I gave Danny when he was being really difficult and causing me a lot of...
Yeah. Jibbers was a nickname. Why am I doing this? Okay, we don't need to do this. We'll end the stream. It's 4.5 hours in. Anyway, we had 4 hours of nothing news from the Guthrie nothing shit case. Whatever. Yeah, don't like it, don't want it, don't care. So, and Corey Richards, we gotta learn why that's interesting. How many people want to look at that in? So 51% of 72 votes. 51% say no. Not gonna follow Corey Richards. Are we? Probably. But probably not during, like we did with Donna. That was a fucking stupid idea. Updates. End of day, what do you call it? Not review. What is it? I don't know. We'll do something about Corey Richards. But I don't know. I mean, what material is there? There's no interrogation. There's the letter. The book is interesting. That's an interesting thing. This book. Let's see if we can. So you kill the father of your children, and then to help them cope, you illustrate a children's book with pictures of their dad, of their dead dad as a character, coming back to them as a ghost. Okay, that's about the most interesting thing there. The rest of it, didn't get it really. Didn't really. And then Utah. Have we ever seen an interesting trial from Utah? I don't know. What is it called? Corey Richards book. Save image. And there's the should we have a look at that briefly? Her news interview where she's discussing why she wrote the book for her bereaved children. Just wanted to share this image first. This great image. Fuck. Oh, I hate that. Every time. See, there's the dad up there as an angel. Nothing terrifying about that. And he's like, there's pictures of him wearing that vest and hat. Are you with me? It's funny, that's The title is a mantra from sales. Well, not a mantra from sales, but something I mentioned the other day. Are you with me? Are you with me? It's a great way to get someone to start saying yes. Creates a little bit of pressure where they don't want to look like an idiot that can't follow along. And there's also, within their affirmation, an alignment with your cause as the seller. How fantastic is that? Not, do you understand? Or, do you get what I'm saying? Or anything else, but are you with me? It's genius. And it's those subtle things. It's those subtle things that close the deal. AIDA. So, yeah, Corey Richins. Oh, what's this? Someone's going through the full book. I tried to buy it, but I think it's been banned. So this is, are you with me when I'm in danger and I'm scared? When my palms are sweaty, my heart rapidly beating and need you? Are you there with me to make sure I'm safe? This is what she's written to read to her children. Let me read that again. And it's written from the child protagonist speaking to their dead dad. And this is what she's chosen to frame that as. Are you with me when I'm in danger and I'm scared? When my palms are sweaty, my heart rapidly beating and I need you? Are you there to make sure I'm safe? I mean, way to rub it in. No, no, no. Terrible, terrible. Are you with me on my birthday to blow out my candles, to celebrate another year and watch me grow, teach me new things and watch me make mistakes? What the fuck? I mean, this is deranged. And then the picture, I'll show you the picture. The picture is of a boy looking at a birthday cake and crying. And she made this for her children that were having some real, difficulty with their dad not being there anymore. They were very young. There. Are you with me on my birthday to blow... Are you with me on my birthday to blow out my candles? That doesn't even make sense. To watch me blow out my candles. The dad doesn't blow out the candles. What kind of dad does that? Does he eat the whole cake to himself as well? And you get to watch, boy. Happy birthday. Bring me some milk. Are you with me on my birthday to blow out my candles? You know what I'm saying? Again, problems with people writing in English. To celebrate another year and watch me grow, teach me new things and watch me make mistakes. You see, she should have put the two with the watch together. It should have read, to celebrate another year and teach me new things, watch me grow and make mistakes. You don't double down on watch. It's clumsy, it's shit, and it sets a bad example for the child. What else? I mean, what is the child? And it's got this artwork. Who did the fucking artwork for this? Because it wouldn't have been Corey Richards, would it? Look at that. So the boy is supposed to look at that picture and think, Dad is alive and he's a seagull. An invisible seagull. With me on the bench. Yeah, I don't think as they lie down at night that's gonna bring them a sense of peace somehow. Jesus, how many psychologists are gonna have to take a leave of absence from work after having tried to help these children just get back to normal, right? Too many. Curry, Richards, Ontario.
Parent, a sibling, or a friend, talking about loss with kids can be a tricky subject.
Joining us now is author of Are You With Me?, Corey Richards, to share her 3 C's to helping kids cope with grief. And Corey, I want to start with your story. What happened in your personal life?
So my husband passed away unexpectedly last year. So it's March 4th was a 1-year anniversary for us, and he was 39. It completely took us all by shock. And we have 3 little boys, 10, 9, and 6. And, my kids and I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year. And, hoping that it can kind of help other kids, deal with this and kind of, find happiness some way or another.
And to make sense and process, I'm
Yes.
sure. And I'm
Yeah.
sure you felt that going through and trying to explain it and articulate it for you and your boys.
Yes, exactly. And so I've done, I'm new to all of this, so kind of.
Super casual. You come in your outdoor coat and you keep it on. What is that, like a proprioception? Is she autistic? She might be. And crazy.
Doing all, research and reading books and things to try and understand, not only how to grieve as a widow, as a wife, but also, with my kids.
She's definitely more attractive than Wendy. Easy. I mean, not like stand out or anything, but definitely.
How to help them understand what just happened. And what I have kind of found is, as I mentioned, it's kind of the 3 C's is how I visualize it. And it's, connection, continuity, and care. And it's, making sure connection is...
Culpability, contrition, conviction. The 3 C's. Culpability, contrition, and conviction. And charges. The 4 C's.
The major one, and making sure that their spirit is always alive in your home, and memories are always brought up, and doing things that...
And capital punishment.
Your loved ones...
They got firing squad in Utah, so that maybe they'll maybe we'll get to see the young attractive woman being shot. That'll be good. Think of the ratings. Young attractive woman shot by government.
Love to do, whether it's riding bikes or their favorite dinner, and just constantly, talking about them.
And Corey, do you mention at dinner, here's Dad, or Dad would like this meal, or Dad
Yes.
would,
Yeah.
let's bring Dad on a bike ride?
Yeah, exactly. And it's, explaining to my...
Do you think Dad would like this meal, boy? I wish Dad were here to enjoy this meal, but he's not, because he's dead. Oh, look, the tide has turned. We're now up to 51% in support of following Corey Richins' trial. Maybe because we showed the book. We can show the whole damn thing. Where can we buy it? Moderators, how do we get a copy of that book? I want you to go to every garage sale in the country and find that book.
Kid, just because he's not present here with us physically, that doesn't mean his presence isn't here with us, and he's doing these things with us, and he's, you know, here for birthdays, and he's here for Christmas.
Do you have a picture? Each boy has a picture of their dad above their bed, which we say good morning to and good night to every day.
And, you know, and it's just...
People are saying that she's the Wendy of the West. And I don't know. I mean, straight away I see far more humanity in her. Crazy fucking psycho bitch. But more humanity than Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson wouldn't even be capable of sitting down like that.
Comforting to them to know that, you know, they're not living this life alone. Like, Dad is still here, it's just in a different way, a different version.
Well, I opened up your book, and one of the first pages I saw is a little boy. It looks like he's standing in a hallway at school, and he's saying, "Are you still here?"
Yes, yeah, and it's, you know, and that was like the first day of school, and, you know, all the nerves that kids face on the first day of school with new, you know, and just hoping, you know, Dad, like, walk with me, like, help me get through today, like, give me the strength to do that.
She's not a lawyer. She's, well, she was, a home property tycoon, really. I mean, she got, you want to see the house she bought? She got an investors to give her $3.9 million to buy this house that she was going to do up with the husband and sell for a profit. And somebody told her that you know, yeah, this is a sound investment, and if you manage to stay under budget, you could come out of this 12 million up, which I found kind of hard to believe. It was a very big house, but even done up, I don't think it was 15 million. That's a lot of money. That's not living in Utah money. You know, you don't. Why would you go and live in Utah? Out of choice. I mean, unless you were like forced. You'd go to friendly Colorado, surely, or friendly Nevada. No. Definitely not. You'd go to friendly Oregon, wouldn't you? You wouldn't go to Utah, would you? No.
And it has found, you know, it's been a lot of peace for my kids to, you know, to really remember that in the back of their head, that they're never alone, you know, so.
So you actually wrote this book with...
Yeah, there's a ghost. There's a ghost. The ghost of your murdered father is always by your side. Have fun at school.
Your children.
I did.
And it's only been a year. How did you process and say go from processing death to I need to write a book and help others?
You know,
well, it started when I was thinking about how best to evade capture, and I thought that if I wrote this stupid book, it would make me look not only like an innocent mother, but a really good one, and that I could go on TV. Yeah, like an innocent mother.
No, I just watched the
that punches her husband's twin sister in the face.
Struggle that my kids were going through, and I actually, you know, I went on Amazon and Barnes and Noble and trying to find something that we could use to cope at nights. Nights are the hardest, it seems like, for everybody when, you know, dealing with anything, but I just wanted some story to read to my kids at night, and I just could not find anything. I couldn't find anything that really, you know, suited them or helped them find comfort and peace, and so, you know, I was like, let's just write one. And so, you know, I took things that my kids have said to me this last year, and we kind of articulated it and put it into a story, and, you know, just have hopes that it will help other kids.
Grief is not linear, and this sounds like it's a touchstone when you need it to come back to for you and your boys. So the first one you had mentioned was connection of the 3 C's, keeping the person's spirit alive. The second, continuity.
Yes, and that's, just making sure you're trying to stay, as much as you can on routine, and, whether that's sports or pick up and drop off from school, or community activities, just trying to stay in a routine as much as possible.
And then the last C is care.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So, on top of just loving your kids and hugging them and kissing them and, extra cuddles and everything, I think it's important that I've learned to really affirm, their feelings. When they're mad or they're sad, it's just that affirmation of, I understand, like, that you are upset, because of this. Like, let's talk about it, And so I think really it's not, it's the emotional and physical touch of it, but really letting your kids understand that why they're feeling the way that they are feeling, and it's okay, and let's deal with it and talk about it.
There's a promotion right now. Get a free copy of the book April 30th and May 1st through Amazon Kindle. You are an amazing woman and mom, and we thank you for being vulnerable and sharing this and touching the lives of others.
Thank you. I really appreciate being here. So,
thank you, Corey.
guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Jail, not so much. Awaiting trial for murder, February 23rd. It's gonna be the trial of the year. Come and watch it here on Metrics. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. Even though it's in boring Utah, and even though it's got no interrogation, I don't know. Let's have a look at the prosecutor. Because a prosecutor can make or break a trial, right? I mean, we saw that with fucking what's his name? That stupid kid that killed started killing everyone every year. Another parent. What's his damn name? Griffith. Colin Griffith. I don't know. I mean, is there a prosecutor? They better have a prosecutor. Shouldn't that be, like, easy to find? I don't know. She'll be somewhere. Right, we're gonna go. 4 hours 55. And it's still 3 hours and 5 minutes before we can get anything to eat. Should have thought of that yesterday. Yeah, I don't know about this new hour. It feels too early. Or maybe it's just because we've been doing boring fucking shit. What is it? What's his name? Guthrie. Boring Guthrie. No news Guthrie. You gonna go back to the truck? It's fucking still on the truck. And the cactus. Okay, great. Yeah, Corey Richards. Watch party. Yeah, well, we'll see. Join us again on True Crime Metrics. Anytime you want. And join us on Discord, fantastic Discord. Links in the description to support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics and paypal.me/truecrimemetrics. Thank you for the likes, thank you for the shares, thank you for the comments, thank you for the super comments, the super chats, coffees, and the collection of everything else. And the moderators, the fantastic moderators, all of them, each and every one, better than the last. Oh, they're so great. Okay, adios. See you later.